Chapter 211. A disciple at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm was almost killed by the subterranean beast. In the face of Yang Chen's soul-shaker art, there was no way he could hide anything. Yang Chen didn't even need to use his killing intent to say what Yang Chen wanted to know. There were indeed many disciples of the Taishaman here, but they were all wood and earth elementalists. There seemed to be nothing unusual. Almost all the people here were wood and earth elementalists. Naturally, when disciples came to the trial, it was very reasonable for the Taishaman to send a few golden core grandmasters to take care of them at any time. It was said that among these masters there was an expert at the nascent soul stage. It seemed that everything was normal, but Yang Chen knew what was going on. Presumably, these low-level disciples didn't know about the big array. As for Chu Heng, the Taishaman didn't hide it. Chu Heng had attacked Yang Chen because he was on good terms with Li Qingchen of the Taishaman, which led to him being expelled from the Chunyang Palace. Most of the Taishaman disciples supported Chu Heng. Although the Taishaman couldn't openly support Chu Heng, they could still take care of him in places where others couldn't see. At least in the barren Sand Valley, Chu Heng lived a comfortable life. Chu Heng could go in and out of any supply point of the Taishaman at any time, and he could get support. After a few years, Chu Heng almost knew all the disciples of the Taishaman in the barren Sand Valley. If anything happened, these disciples of the Taishaman would also inform Chu Heng. Chunyang Palace sent a few golden core grandmasters to the barren Sand Valley to investigate, but it was all because the disciples of the Taishaman got the news in advance and reminded Chu Heng, which led to several golden core grandmasters returning in failure. Chu Heng had been hiding very well in the barren Sand Valley, and with the help of the Taishaman, he steadily improved his strength. For the Taishaman, secretly helping Chu Heng meant that they could ruin the reputation of Chunyang Palace and directly take revenge for them bowing their heads and apologizing. In turn, they could laugh at Chunyang Palace. It was a profitable business with little capital. Chu Heng has always been in barren Sand Valley. Very good. The smile on Yang Chen's face grew wider and wider. The originally arrogant guy at his feet was now lying on the ground like an idiot, unable to speak anymore. Yang Chen stood up, gently waved his hand, and turned to leave. It opened its ferocious mouth and swallowed the young man on the ground into its stomach in one gulp. This enormous figure was naturally the subterranean beast. It was now equivalent to the cultivation of a human Jiedan Supreme Master, coupled with its huge size and strong body. Even cultivators of the same level as it were not its opponent. Fortunately, the subterranean beast was gentle and did not take the initiative to attack cultivators. When Yang Chen landed on its back, it only took him one try to establish communication with the subterranean beast. The beast taming spell was indeed a magical power of the demon race. When Yang Chen did not intend to control the demon beast and only communicated with it with the intention of asking for information, he easily received feedback from the subterranean beast. Once the communication channel was established, the rest of the matter was much easier to handle. Three guys who didn't know life or death bumped into him head-on. The subterranean beast was gentle and did not take the initiative to attack, but it did not mean that it did not have the power to attack. When Yang Chen asked for help, the subterranean beast did not hesitate at all. It immediately attacked and easily killed the three fellows. The Qiankuan bag it carried with it was spat out and delivered to Yang Chen, but the Dharma treasures on those fellows were directly swallowed and refined by the subterranean beast. The three of them were earth cultivators to begin with, and to the subterranean beast they were the best tonic. Of course, Yang Chen did not let it help for nothing. He gave it 1,000-year-old ginseng. Although it was said to be 1,000-year-old ginseng, it was close to 2,000 years old. Even for a golden core subterranean beast, it was a rare treasure. With such benefits, it was naturally easy for Yang Chen to know the distribution and direction of the surrounding spiritual power. Soon, a map that covered a radius of hundreds of kilometers appeared in Yang Chen's mind. The subterranean beast had been here for a long time, at least 1,000 years. When it was young, it often patrolled its territory, so it was very familiar with the surrounding terrain. In addition, its cultivation was successful, so it could clearly distinguish the distribution of spiritual power in its surroundings with its eyes closed. Such a detailed distribution of spiritual power immediately gave Yang Chen a basic understanding of the array hidden in the desolate valley. After all, this array relied on the natural terrain. This area was equivalent to a corner of the array. Yang Chen could already roughly determine the direction of the array and where its focus was. He got along well with the subterranean beast. After asking the subterranean beast about its powerful neighbors, Yang Chen quickly waved goodbye and flew in another direction. As long as there were 4 or 5 more powerful demon beasts like the subterranean beast, Yang Chen would be able to completely outline the array. When that happened, the entire array would be unobstructed. The 3 young talents of the greatest heaven sect, in less than an hour, from the inside to the outside, from the skin to the bones, disappeared without a trace. The subterranean beast didn't even look at the 3 Qiankuan bags before tossing them to Yang Chen. It must have known that a large sect like this could use the Qiankuan bags to find the location of its disciples. Yang Chen would never believe the rumor that this subterranean beast had a gentle temperament and never took the initiative to attack cultivators. Perhaps most of the time, the subterranean beast had a harmless expression, but to make such a judgment, it couldn't have just killed 1 or 2 cultivators. Presumably, many independent itinerant cultivators had gone missing in this place, but no one had investigated. Yang Chen didn't care about the Qiankuan bags. He'd killed more than 1 or 2 Taishanmen. He could just toss them into his merit ring and there would be no repercussions. After flying leisurely to the edge of the subterranean beast's territory, Yang Chen slowed down. According to the subterranean beast, its neighbor wasn't very friendly. Not only was it irascible, but it was also much stronger than it was. According to the subterranean beast's estimates, it might be able to fight against its neighbor if there were 4 or 5 of it. This piqued Yang Chen's interest even more. With such strength, could it already be at the nascent soul realm? Of course, that wasn't how the demons were divided. They were only equivalent. If that was the case, wouldn't its territory be several times larger than the subterranean beast's? As long as he obtained a terrain here, he would be able to cover a few places that Yang Chen could run to. Of course, this viper demon beast wasn't easy to deal with. It was powerful, and if things didn't work out, Yang Chen would probably die on the spot. Therefore, Yang Chen had to be prepared in advance so that he wouldn't be at a loss when the time came. Chapter 212. Apart from the beast-taming art, the other reason Yang Chen could persist until he reached the viper's side was that the viper was relatively slow. Yang Chen had a flying sword in his collection that was extremely fast. Although it couldn't compare to a magic treasure specialized in speed, according to the subterranean beast's description, it should have no problem escaping. Even the subterranean beast's earth escape could escape in time. If things went wrong, Yang Chen would be able to escape to a safe place in time. It was precisely with such a guarantee of safety that Yang Chen could rest assured and boldly prepare to go in and meet the viper monster for a while. In contrast to the peace of the subterranean beast, even the air here seemed to ripple with a violent aura. There were a few places in the desolate sand valley that low-level disciples shouldn't even attempt to enter. This place was one of them. Yang Chen circulated the beast-taming art to the extreme. He wrapped his request to communicate and ask for directions in his divine sense and sent it far away. His own people stood on the flying sword and flew forward slowly and carefully. The moment they sensed something was wrong, they would immediately slip away. The viper's territory was astonishingly large. Yang Chen had to fly for almost an hour to reach the subterranean beast's territory, but Yang Chen had spent at least an entire day on the viper side. Of course, this had something to do with his cautiousness, but it also showed how large the territory of the demon beasts was. The sky darkened and then brightened. It was already noon the next day. The sun was scorching the ground, and the surroundings were filled with steam. There wasn't a trace of moisture. Yang Qin didn't care about this atmosphere at all. However, he had circulated the beast-taming art with all his might for almost an entire day and night, but he hadn't received a single response. It was as if there weren't any demon beasts that could communicate with Yang Qin in this vast territory. This was clearly impossible. No matter how strong a demon beast was, there had to be food in its territory. There had to be some place where it could coexist. Otherwise, wouldn't a lone demon beast seem too lonely? But after all this time, not a single demon beast had communicated with him. This was clearly abnormal. There was only one reason, and that was the owner of this territory. The place Yang Chen had arrived at was the center of the Viper's territory, as described by the subterranean beast. There were still no signs of them. That in itself was enough to explain a lot of things. At this point, Yang Chen no longer moved forward. Under the probing of his divine sense, there was not a single monstrous beast in the surroundings. The silence was somewhat frightening. Frowning, Yang Chen stopped the flying sword and stood there for a while. Then he decisively turned around and left. Just as he did this, a huge aura suddenly appeared around Yang Chen. The sand beneath his feet seemed to have suddenly turned into a flowing river, parting with a loud bang. A huge body rapidly drilled out from the ground and rose from the ground. A bloody mouth was wide open, charging in the direction Yang Chen's flying sword had escaped. If Yang Chen had been just a little faster, he would have been able to rush into the mouth almost immediately. Of course, Yang Chen wouldn't rush into the viper's mouth himself. He nimbly made a turn on his flying sword and was about to rush in another direction. However, after turning around, he discovered that he was already surrounded by a huge viper's body. No matter which direction he turned in, he would directly crash into the viper's body. At this moment, the viper's huge head was no longer facing Yang Chen. Instead, it was raised high and looking down. Yang Chen was directly surrounded by the viper's body and head. Its two blood-red eyes emitted a deathly glow as it stared at Yang Chen below, its long tongue flicking in and out continuously. Yang Chen didn't expect the viper's body to be so huge. In his previous life, he didn't have many dealings with demonic beasts. Even if he did, it was only after he ascended. As for the demonic beasts in the spiritual world and the immortal world, it was a completely different concept. They didn't rely solely on their size to conquer the world. Its long body was already more than 1,000 feet long, and the thinnest part of its body was a few feet in diameter. It coiled around the ground like a large, entangled city wall. The scales on its body emitted a kind of black glow, almost like a natural protective magic weapon. The strong aura of the earth, spiritual force, wrapped around its body. Yang Chen completely believed that even if his strongest flying sword were to slash at these scales, it would at most be able to cut a few dozen scales, and he would immediately suffer a fatal attack from the viper. At this moment, Yang Chen had nowhere to retreat. He could only hover in the air, motionless. However, there was not the slightest fear on Yang Chen's face. He still continued to communicate his intention to ask for directions through the beast-controlling secret art. His eyes were fixed on the huge eyes of the viper without wavering for a moment. Yang Chen had been opening his spiritual sense along the way, but he didn't find the location of this huge demonic beast at all. This could only mean one thing, and that was that the other party's cultivation realm was far higher than his own, and it also had a kind of concealment method. No wonder the viper's fierce name was spread far and wide. Just this method alone was enough to make cultivators of the same realm suffer a grievance. One had to know that demonic beasts never cared about being above board or sinister and despicable. When facing the enemy, their only goal was to kill the other party, and they didn't care about the means at all. You are a friend of my demon clan. How can you look like a cultivator? In the spiritual sense, a violent will suddenly came, completely ignoring the intention of Yang Chen asking for directions. It was completely questioning, and it didn't allow Yang Chen to not answer. What's in it for me to tell you? As long as the other party was willing to communicate, it was not a big problem for Yangchen. Through the spiritual sense that was released through the beast controlling secret art, he quickly conveyed his meaning, and he didn't even need to open his mouth. Yangchen knew that it was best to use a straightforward method to communicate with demonic beasts. At this stage, they had not learned how to communicate tactfully, and they were straightforward from the start. Directly expressing his meaning was the best way, and it wouldn't cause the other party to misunderstand. As soon as it sensed Yang Chen's meaning, the huge viper's eyes suddenly flashed a ray of light, and its eyes seemed to emit a knife light that went straight to the bottom of Yang Chen's heart. It had no intention of exchanging anything with Yang Chen, and it wanted to directly suppress Yang Chen. This spiritual sense with a strong killing intent, Yang Chen didn't care at all, and he almost opened his sea of consciousness, letting this threatening spiritual sense rush in. As soon as it entered Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, the long river of blood suddenly rippled, and in an instant it turned into a big bloody hand, grabbed the spiritual sense, and in a moment it melted completely. As soon as the spiritual sense disappeared, the viper demonic beast immediately noticed it. Suddenly, its movement seemed to pause, and it stared at Yang Chen, and suddenly a wisp of spiritual sense was transmitted. What benefits do you want? Chapter 213. For a demonic beast, if the test was unsuccessful, then it would change to another method. Between demonic beasts, if it was not for territory, resources, or prey, there was no need to directly fight to the death. If there was a great disparity in strength, there might be a tyrannical conquest. But if the two sides were almost the same in strength, the best way was to negotiate. Demonic beasts were not fools, especially when there were a large number of cultivators in the barren Sand Valley. Yang Chen gave the viper demonic beast the impression that he was able to swallow the viper's killing intent without a care, so he was naturally not an easy opponent. Since Yang Chen was just asking for directions and did not mean to harm it, it naturally would not attack immediately. It wanted the secret of Yang Chen's ability to transform into a human, so it naturally had to pay a price. At this stage, although the viper demonic beast had learned to hide, it was its innate ability. It did not learn to hide its strength, but it was very clear about this. Usually, if the cultivation base was not as good as it would be directly frightened by its innate spiritual awareness with a strong killing intent. Yang Chen could take it, so naturally he was almost as powerful as it. Strength was the only way for both sides to communicate equally. Since Yang Chen had accepted its threat, then he naturally had the qualifications to communicate equally with it. In addition to the things I want to ask, help me 3 times. When I collect something in the barren Sand Valley, you have to protect me. This viper demonic beast could not only hide, but it was also very strong. Yang Chen naturally would not let go of such a natural fighter. Whether it was to collect the earth element true essence or kill Chu Hong, he needed such a strong assistant. Yang Chen directly put forward such a condition. In any case, he only had to pay a simple transformation art. This transformation art was almost like a basic cultivation technique in the spiritual realm. The first thing that demonic beasts who ascended had to learn was the transformation art. It was not worth much, but it might be a little precious in this world. Although the shape-shifting art was marvelous, its function was only to allow the demonic beasts to transform their huge bodies into the shape of humans, but they were still demonic beasts on the inside. They could not cultivate the cultivation techniques of humans, nor could they change the demonic beast aura on their bodies. Even if it was spread out in this world, it would not be a big problem. The subterranean beast was only at the golden core stage, so it had no use for such things. However, the viper already had the strength of a nascent soul. If used well, it could become a great help to Yang Chen. Naturally, Yang Chen would put in more effort to rope it in. But for the viper demon beast, this kind of cultivation technique that could transform into a human was a good thing that it could only wish for. It already knew how to hide itself. With the transformation spell, it could completely hide among humans without being noticed. Its safety was greatly improved. Even if it was used to plot against its enemies, it was still a good item at the level of a divine artifact. How could it not be tempted? Deal! Demonic beasts were straightforward when it came to doing things. If it was okay, then it was okay. If it wasn't, then it was okay. There were no twists and turns. Or rather, at least for now, they had not learned those twists and turns. After the Viper heard the conditions, it only did a slight calculation of the gains and losses before immediately giving an affirmative answer. At the same time that it was a deal, a ball of white light flew out of the Viper demon beast's head and slowly flew in front of Yangchen. Yangchen knew that this was the unique method of establishing a contract with the demon clan. It was to use one's divine sense to wrap a trace of the demon soul. The two parties would exchange and mutually restrict each other. Only when the contract was completed would the demon soul be returned. Of course, this trace of demon soul contained the contents of the contract between the two parties. It could not be changed. With a thought, the pair of ox horns in his spiritual sea immediately separated into two small ox horns. They were wrapped by Yang Chen's divine sense and sent out as well. The Viper opened its mouth wide and Yang Chen's demon soul entered its mouth. As for the Viper's demon soul, Yang Chen pointed with his finger and kept it in his spiritual sea. After entering the spiritual sea, Yang Chen saw that the Viper's demon soul also looked like the Viper's original body. However, he did not know how many times smaller it was. So it's a green ox. After the Viper kept Yang Chen's demon soul, it immediately transmitted a thought. It seemed that it only now knew what Yang Chen's original body looked like. This is the transformation art. Yang Chen did not waste any time. He directly took out a blank jade slip and engraved the transformation art on it before throwing it to the Viper demon beast. The Viper swallowed the jade slip in one gulp. To the demon beasts, their bodies were the best cosmos sac. Not only were they convenient to use, but they also did not have to worry about losing them. In just a moment, the Viper demon beast understood the contents of the jade slip. At its level, many things had already been poked through the layers of window paper. Soon it understood the logic behind it. The Viper's huge body trembled for a while and made a crazy cracking sound, as if there were many hands breaking and compressing the Viper's bones. Around its body there was a burst of white gas, but under the sun it looked very blurry. However, the dust that rose from the ground directly blocked Yang Chen's vision. Yang Chen was very polite and did not use his spiritual sense to see what was happening in the dust. If it was not in such a desperate situation, the demon beasts would usually not be willing to let people see their original body. This was a basic courtesy. After the cracking sound echoed for a long time, it slowly quieted down. The dust around Yang Chen also began to dissipate slowly. At this time, Yang Chen had already landed on the ground and put away his flying sword. Since they had reached an agreement, there was no need to worry about danger for the time being. The credibility of the demon beasts was sometimes more reliable than the cultivators. When the dust dissipated, what appeared in front of Yang Chen was a very ordinary-looking viper. Its length had become about 3 feet, and it was no longer that crazy size. It crawled in front of Yang Chen and coiled its body. The snake's head was raised high, facing Yang Chen, and a spiritual sense was immediately transmitted. Very effective transformation secret art. It was the first time that the Viper demon beast practiced the transformation secret art, but it had already reduced its body size by a few hundred times. Although it had not reached the point of directly transforming into a human, but the change in body size was enough to make all the cultivators who faced it relax their vigilance. When this Viper demon beast was regarded as an ordinary little viper, it also meant that it was not far from death. The skill is not deep enough. It seems that it will take some time before it can transform into a human form. Yang Chen nodded and said, it was a habitual way of communication. Even if it had to use spiritual sense to communicate, it still liked to talk. Learn to speak slowly. If you don't want to be seen through at a glance, either speak or pretend to be mute. Where do you want to go? I will take you there. The viper nodded on the ground, but its body went straight forward and directly coiled on Yang Chen's leg. Chapter 214. Yang Chen was not surprised by Viper's action. Snakes liked to coil up, even if they had cultivated to become demonic beasts. On the contrary, such a situation would make people less suspicious. At most, they would see Viper as a demonic beast or pet that Yang Chen had tamed, and they would not be too guarded against him. Yang Chen stretched out his hand and let Viper coil up his arm. He frowned and asked, "Have you thought it through? You need at least a few years to master the transformation art before you can transform into a human. Are you going to follow me like this? You don't want your territory anymore? Because of my body size, I have been trapped in this place for thousands of years. I have never left the desolate valley." Viper, who was coiled around Yang Chen's arm, kept flicking its tongue and sent out a thought. "Even if I can hide my aura, my body will be discovered. Once I cross the border, I will have to fight with a few fellows for a long time. What's the point of fighting for territory? I want to see more places and see a wider world." This was a demonic beast with ideals. Yang Chen had nothing to say about it. In fact, since it had cultivated to the nascent soul realm, if it was not for its body size, it could have traveled around a long time ago. This kind of being trapped in a corner, to put it nicely, was dominating the territory and no one dared to provoke it. To put it bluntly, it was clearly a prison, just that the cell was slightly bigger. Over the years, have you fought with any experts? Yang Chen did not stand on ceremony. Bringing this guy along was definitely the best bodyguard and the best hidden weapon for sneak attacks. Anyway, with Viper's demon soul in hand, there was no need to be too cautious. Why not? As they walked forward, Yang Chen asked. A few hundred years ago, a few experts came. It seemed like they wanted to set up something here. Viper kept moving around Yang Chen's body. While answering questions, it also kept probing Yang Chen's body. Now, it had stopped at the side of Yang Chen's belt. It kept flicking its tongue and observing. After a few fights, those people retreated. Actually, in the past 1,000 years, very few people have come to provoke me. Every time it's an expert. They leave after a fight. It's very boring. Hundreds of years ago, Yang Chen secretly estimated in his heart, those guys should be the people who set up the formation. Viper seemed to have chased them away, but those people definitely did not retreat in the face of difficulties. They had already set up a formation and used the opportunity to leave. However, Yang Chen would definitely not tell the Viper about this. He only requested the Viper to tell him about the distribution of spiritual energy in his territory. Viper did not have the slightest intention of going back on his words. He quickly sent what he knew directly into Yang Chen's divine sense. A terrain map that was more than 10 times larger than the subterranean beast appeared in Yang Chen's mind. The area it covered was so large that even Yang Chen was dumbfounded. This guy's territory covered almost half of the barren Sand Valley, and it bordered the subterranean beast's territory. Yang Chen easily pieced it together. Instantly, at least a quarter of the barren Sand Valley's formation map appeared in Yang Chen's mind. "Did that little guy in the south tell you that I'm here?" Viper immediately sensed something the moment Yang Chen's mind moved, especially when it was pieced together with the subterranean beast's territory. That's right. Yang Chen did not hide anything. The subterranean beast was able to obtain a territory on the edge of the Viper's territory, presumably because the Viper had not crossed the line. Otherwise, with the Viper's powerful strength, it would have long swallowed up the territory. Moreover, the Viper addressed him very intimately. There must be some connection between them. That little guy knows how to endure. Many people like to walk towards it and give it food. The Viper scurried over to Yang Chen's other arm. I wasn't as smart as it was back then. Now no one dares to come. They don't even have the chance to eat some nourishing stuff. They can only absorb spiritual energy themselves. There was a deep sense of regret in their exchange of thoughts. Yang Chen had long known that the subterranean beast was not simple, but he did not expect the viper to give it such a high evaluation. The matter here had been settled, and he had even obtained the temporary help of a powerful demon beast. Yang Qin did not want to waste the viper's knowledge. He immediately asked, "Which of your neighbors is easier to talk to? Go ask for directions." The west. The viper had no intention of hiding anything. In any case, it was following Yang Qin to leave this place, so it did not matter which direction they went. Since Yang Qin needed it, he would introduce an old friend to him. There would probably not be any trouble, and he could also show off in front of these old enemies. The barren sand valley was a place for training. Since it was a training ground, it was necessary to keep some powerful demon beasts for the disciples to achieve the goal of training. Therefore, the experts of the sects would not kill all the demon beasts here. As for a powerful creature like the viper, it was the best opponent to train experts. Even if someone wanted to get rid of it, there would probably be a large number of people who would not be willing. This was also one of the reasons why the viper wanted to leave this place. Yang Qin did not ask about this, but he could imagine it. It was also because of an existence like the viper that Yang Qin was able to figure out the direction of the formation in a short period of time. From there, he could deduce where the earth element true essence was being led to. The people who set up this natural formation would never have thought that there would be a freak like Yang Qin, nor would they have thought that there would be such a heaven-defying beast-taming technique. Something that had been set up for hundreds of years had already been uncovered by Yang Qin. The earth element true essence that had been hidden for so many years might not belong to anyone in the near future. By the time Yang Qin found the right direction and began to move, the viper had already coiled around Yang Qin's neck. Its long body had almost wrapped around Yang Qin's entire body. If an ordinary person were to see a 10-meter-long snake coiling around a person's body, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Of course, such a situation could not be easily seen in front of the cultivators. Fortunately, this was the viper's territory. Usually, unless it was an expert, no one would dare to come in. Yang Qin deliberately slowed down his speed and even gave up flying on his sword. He switched to walking, while the viper sped up his cultivation of the transformation technique during this period of time. By the time Yang Qin walked out of the viper's territory, it was already a month later. During this period of time, the viper had already cultivated the transformation technique to perfection. Now his body had shrunk from 10 meter long to 3 feet long, and it had shrunk by 10 times. A 3 feet long snake coiled around Yang Qin's arm. It was no longer as eye-catching. The moment he left the viper's territory, the viper let out a hissing sound and released his divine sense, as if he was informing an old friend that he had arrived at his territory. However, in the eyes of Yang Qin, this was more like a challenge than a notification. Chapter 215. The owner of this territory was a sand scorpion who was also at the nascent soul stage and was not far from Viper. Listening to Viper's provocation, Yang Qin could not help but feel amused. Since Viper's body had shrunk, Yang Qin could now fly on his sword with him, and his speed was much faster. Along the way, Viper released that arrogant provocation along the way, as if he was afraid that Sand Scorpion would not know that he had rushed in. With that kind of arrogance, Yang Qin couldn't wait to beat up Viper. 2 hours later, Yang Qin was controlling the flight of the flying sword, but suddenly sensed a violent aura rushing towards him crazily. Almost without asking, it must be that Sand Scorpion was angered by Viper and rushed over to compete with Viper. Almost as soon as he sensed it, Yang Qin stopped flying and landed on the ground. Yang Qin felt that he was very unlucky to have brought such a troublemaker with him. He clearly said that he was going to ask for directions. Why did Viper still provoke him like this? An angry sand scorpion, and it was at the nascent soul stage, seemed to be able to kill him as soon as he made a move. Viper was scared by him at that time, but a crazy sand scorpion was not so easy to deal with. Just as he was hesitating whether he should turn around and leave, the situation did not allow Yang Qin to make a choice. In just a short while, the aura of Sand Scorpion was nearby. Although he could not see the shadow of Sand Scorpion, Yang Chen could be sure that Sand Scorpion had stopped in the vicinity and was secretly peeping at him. Boom! The desert behind him suddenly split open into a huge mouth, and a string of black beads rushed out of the desert. At the top of the string of beads, there was a sharp thorn that flashed with a cold light, and it fiercely stabbed towards Yang Chen. That was not a string of beads. It was clearly the tail of Sand Scorpion. Without any hesitation, Yang Chen grabbed the viper's tiny body and threw it towards the Sand Scorpion stinger. At the same time, he sent a message with his divine sense. This is the trouble you caused, so settle it yourself. Viper had never thought of asking Yang Chen to be his scapegoat. While flying in the air, he had already reverted to his original form. Its huge body wrapped around Sand Scorpion's tail, and then pulled out Sand Scorpion, whose body was hidden under the sand. 1,000 Zhonglong Viper and 1,000 Zhonglong Sand Scorpion were fighting each other crazily in the sand. Its tail's spikes, sharp teeth, and pincers rose and fell one after another. Its huge body casually smashed into the ground, leaving a deep mark on the desert. Sand and dust filled the sky, and it was incomparably fierce. Both the Sand Scorpion and the Viper were of the earth attribute. In the desert of the desolate Sand Valley, they were like fish in water. From time to time, the two demonic beasts would use some magic power, and their bodies would appear and disappear in the desert. If not for Yang Chen's divine sense following them closely, he would have lost track of the two demonic beasts. Yang Chen had already risen into the air, and the ground could no longer accommodate him. There were traces of the two demonic beasts ravaging everywhere, and the desert within a radius of a few miles had been turned upside down. The loud roars could be heard from dozens of miles away. If not for the fact that the territories of the two demonic beasts were dangerous places, there might have been countless people rushing over to check it out. It seemed that the two demonic beasts had fought more than once. Their attacks were quite methodical, and they were all targeting each other's weaknesses. While attacking and defending, they were quite methodical and had the demeanor of an expert. And once they started fighting, it seemed like there was no end to it. Yang Chen had already waited in the air for 4 hours, and there were still sounds of fighting. The battlefield had already moved more than 100 miles away from the original place. If the fight went on like this, when would it be over? Yang Chen did not want to have to deal with the trouble of cleaning up after both sides were injured. As a last resort, Yang Chen could only release the beast-taming spell again and began to communicate with the two demonic beasts who were fighting. I just want to ask for directions. I don't want to fight to the death. Can the two of you stop now? Not only did Yang Chen shout out loud, but he also sent out his divine sense along with his thoughts. It was the method of the beast-taming spell. Ask for directions? Is there any way to ask for directions here? As soon as Yang Chen spoke, the two demonic beasts immediately stopped fighting. Sand Scorpion asked in surprise, and only then did it realize the changes that had happened to the Viper. It immediately roared at the Viper, and the Viper responded with a hissing sound. Yang Chen was far away and did not intervene in the communication between the two demonic beasts. However, looking at the Viper changing its size and jumping up and down, he knew that it must be showing off the transformation skill that it had just obtained in front of its old rival. The Sand Scorpion opposite the Viper also seemed to be shocked by the Viper's change. It remained motionless and stared at the Viper. From time to time, the thick carapace on its body spewed out a puff of mist. It was unknown whether it was angry or envious. After the two demonic beasts communicated for a while, the Sand Scorpion's huge body turned to Yang Chen. Then, Yang Chen sensed the thought of the Sand Scorpion. You want to pass me your transformation skill. Do you have the same condition? Is there such a good thing? Yang Chen nodded subconsciously. Before he could fully accept the matter, the Sand Scorpion's demon soul had already been sent over, and the ball of light was suspended in front of Yang Chen. After reaching the same agreement with the Sand Scorpion in a daze, Yang Qin suddenly realized that the demonic beasts were not the idiots that only acted on instinct like he had always thought. The viper and the sand scorpion's decisive and unhesitant style had subverted his view of the demonic beasts. The subterranean beast, which looked gentle and harmless, made Yang Qin realize that the demonic beasts were cunning. After exchanging a wisp of the demon's soul with the sand scorpion and giving it the transformation skill Jade Slip, the sand scorpion's body also grew in a puff of mist. It seemed that the sand scorpion and the viper's cultivation were about the same. Both of them had grown to this size during their first cultivation session. For Yang Qin, so far he already had 2 strong bodyguards and thugs. It seemed that the next thing would be easier to handle and safer. Yang Qin finally pieced together a big piece of the map. In an instant, the spiritual energy direction of half of the barren sand valley appeared in his mind. Yang Qin had even marked out half of the location of the formation. As long as he could get a few more complete maps, he would be able to calculate the complete formation. Both the sand scorpion and the viper seemed to have the intention to go with Yang Qin. Looking at the 2 powerful demonic beasts, Yang Qin suddenly had an idea. If he could pull the 2 nascent soul realm demonic beasts into the forces of Chunying Palace, wouldn't it mean that the strength of Chunying Palace would be greatly improved? The problem was, would Chunying Palace be willing to accept the 2 demonic beasts? And would the 2 demonic beasts be willing to join Chunying Palace? Chapter 216. Yang Qin needed to think about how to solve this problem later. Now, Yang Qin was facing the natural array that the Taishaman had arranged for hundreds of years, as well as the 5th Earth true essence that had been guided and gathered. These were things that Yang Qin urgently needed, and he must not let them fall into the hands of others. Then there was Chu Heng, the guy who had brought shame to Chunying Palace, and he must not be allowed to live. With Viper and Sand Scorpion, Yang Qin was no longer worried about his safety in the desolate valley. At this moment, he had a small sand scorpion lying on one shoulder and a small viper coiled around the other arm. They were both inconspicuous little things. Occasionally, the sand scorpion would reveal a fierce aura, but this aura would soon disappear, as if it was extremely unstable. Yang Qin did not know what deal the sand scorpion and viper had reached, but viper had taught the sand scorpion the trick of hiding its aura. The sand scorpion had just learned it, and could not control its aura steadily, which led to such a situation. After walking out of the sand scorpion's territory for more than a month, the sand scorpion's body had become very small. None of the trial cultivators in the desolate valley knew that the powerful demon beasts of the 2 fierce places had left their respective lairs. Next, Yang Qin wanted to go in the other direction of the desolate valley. As a trial ground, in addition to the powerful nascent soul demon beasts such as Viper and Sand Scorpion, there were also many gold core demon beasts such as subterranean beasts. The direction Yang Qin was going was an area where the cultivators were relatively concentrated. In this direction, there were no demon beasts at the level of Viper and Sand Scorpion, and the most powerful ones were only a few gold core demon beasts. With the help of 2 super powerful demon beasts, the few gold core demon beasts did not even dare to raise any conditions and obediently handed over what they knew. However, Yang Qin did not let them work in vain. Each demon beast had 1,000-year-old ginseng, and no one was left empty-handed. With such benefits, these golden core stage demonic beasts were simply ecstatic. At least, Yang Qin could be sure that with his demon beast identity and such benefits, these demon beasts would not obstruct him in the future, and they might even help him. However, the trial fellows would suffer. Once these demon beasts absorbed the spirit power of the 1,000-year-old ginseng, their strength would definitely rise to a higher level, and the trial would be even more difficult. After a month, Yang Qin's map had covered 3/4 of the desolate valley. Now, Yang Qin's goal was the direction of the remaining 1/4. In this direction, there were the most cultivators and the least demon beasts. The most powerful demonic beasts here were only at the early gold core stage. Most of them were at the foundation establishment stage. It was also the place with the most foundation establishment cultivators. There were many cultivators, so naturally there were also many supply towns. On the way, Yang Qin also met a lot of cultivators, including rogue cultivators and disciples of various sections. When they saw Yang Qin and saw the Qinkuan bag symbol on his waist, all the cultivators knew that he was a disciple of Chunyang Palace. The disciple of the law enforcement hall of Chunyang Palace had an accident in the barren sand valley and became a laughing stock. It had been more than a year since anyone from Chunyang Palace had appeared here. The appearance of Yang Qin surprised everyone. What are the people from Chunyang Palace doing in the barren sand valley? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? At any time, there would always be people who wished for the world to be in chaos. Similarly, there would also be people who liked to step on others to show their existence. In a small town, as soon as Yang Qin entered, he heard such ridicule. As soon as the speaker's voice fell, there were countless people's wild laughter around him. Everyone's trial was hard. With Yang Qin, a person who everyone laughed at, coming to amuse everyone who would care about the Chunyang Palace behind Yang Qin. Everyone laughed and scrupulously, and the loudest laughter came from a group of disciples of Taishimin. Facing the ridicule of almost all the people in the town, Yang Qin just smiled faintly and said nothing. These people were not worthy of Yang Qin's anger. Maybe the people of Taishimin were laughing happily now, but if they knew that the things that their sect had worked hard for hundreds of years would soon be taken by Yang Qin, would they still laugh so happily? As for those who laughed at Chunyang Palace, Yang Qin also had a way to deal with them. That was to kill Chu Hung in the barren sand valley, which was almost a slap in the face of these short-sighted guys. Sand Scorpion and Viper also heard the ridicule, but they did not know what was going on. They only knew that these people seemed to be unfriendly to Yang Qin. According to the characters of the two monsters, they could immediately raze the town to the ground in a moment, but they were forcibly blocked by Yang Qin. The world of human cultivators is not as simple as the world of monsters. You can observe more, but don't expose your identity casually. Otherwise, you can't go anywhere and can only be trapped in the barren sand valley. Yang Qin could only use this reason to make these two guys who did not care about the etiquette of the human world behave themselves. Yang Qin underestimated the intelligence of the two monsters. They climbed on Yang Qin's body and only communicated with their divine senses. They never spoke, but carefully observed the people around them, preparing for the possibility of integrating into them in the future. None of the guys in the nascent soul realm could be underestimated. There were no large territories of the monsters in this area, so they could only be pieced together with small territories. Moreover, many low-level monsters would be killed, and the territories would change frequently. Instead, the remaining places with the most cultivators were the most difficult to collect information. However, for Yang Qin, who had already mastered more than 80% of the spiritual power distribution in the barren sand valley, it was not a big deal for him to understand the rest of the information on foot. Moreover, the two monsters would find a few low-level monsters to help from time to time. Soon, Yang Qin had a complete spiritual power distribution map. The complete spiritual power distribution map also meant that the big formation set up by the Taishimin was laid bare in front of Yang Qin. According to the distribution of the spiritual power, Yang Qin had completely calculated the direction of the earth element energy. If possible, Yang Qin really wanted to collect it now, but everyone knew that the Taishimin had set up something for hundreds of years. How could they abandon it at this juncture? There must be an expert sitting in the eye of the big formation. The eye of the formation was where the earth element energy gathered, and it was also the most guarded place by the Taishimin. I want to know what's going on there. Yang Qin finally told the Viper his first request. You can hide your aura, and you can shrink your body. Can you sneak into that area and help me see what's going on inside? Chapter 217. For the Viper, this was not too difficult. It had changed its body size to that of the lowest Viper, concealed its aura, and crawled into the area. No one would notice it. At that time, Yang Chen was silently surrounded by the viper, and Yang Chen did not notice it at all. Yang Chen, who stayed in the town and waited, found a room and locked himself in. Now that he knew the enemy's arrangement, the next step was to consider how to take action. Sitting upright, Yang Chen communicated with Sand Scorpion, who was crawling on him. "Tell me if someone has been guarding something for hundreds of years. Is it better for us to rob it or steal it secretly?" He had never regarded the two Yuanying realm demon beasts as ignorant fellows, and now he was asking with sincerity. "That depends on what you want to achieve." Sand Scorpion's divine thought came directly to him. "Do you just want to get the thing, or do you want to make the other party suffer so much when you get the thing?" "First of all, we have to get the thing. It would be best if we can make the other party feel pain." Yang Chen did not expect Sand Scorpion to have such an idea. Delighted, he immediately communicated with him. "Robbing something is actually just for a moment of pleasure. It seems that you have vented your anger, but there will be many subsequent troubles." Sand Scorpion's words made Yang Chen look at the demon beasts in a new light. If we can steal something without anyone noticing, and the guards do not know why, they will have to bear the pain of losing something in endless confusion. That will be the most uncomfortable thing. Feeling the thought pass to him by Sand Scorpion, a picture suddenly flashed in Yang Chen's mind. The Taishaman looked up and down at the fifth earth spiritual essence that had suddenly disappeared without a trace, feeling baffled. Hundreds of years of hard work had been destroyed in an instant, but they could not find a reasonable explanation. The arrangement that they had spent a lot of effort and consumed the resources of the sect had been in vain, and even led to internal suspicion and infighting. Perhaps such an ending would make Yang Chen feel happier. The Pure Yang Palace had a renegade disciple Chu Hung, which made the reputation of the Pure Yang Palace discredited. What would happen if the greatest heaven sect's Yuanying stage masters couldn't explain it because of this incident? Since the Taishaman had already made a move on Chu Heng's matter, Yang Chen did not mind making a move here. It was just strange for Yang Chen that Yang Lan, who caused his life's misfortune in his previous life, had been silent. Could it be that this guy hasn't made a name for himself in Taishaman? Yang Lan's matter was put aside for the time being. Yang Chen, now, needed to keep an eye on two things. One was the arrangement near the Eye of the Needle, and the other was the whereabouts of Chu Hung. With the Taishaman taking care of him in the desolate valley, Chu Hung hid very well. It would take some effort to find him. Also, do you think you can snatch something so brazenly? Sand Scorpion's ridiculing thought came to him. Even Viper has to sneak in. It seems that your current strength is still not enough. Sand Scorpion judged Yang Chen's cultivation from the strength of Yang Chen's divine sense. Since Yang Chen's divine sense was only at the peak of Jindan stage, Sand Scorpion did not think that Yang Chen was the opponent of those masters. This was a blow to Yang Chen, but Yang Chen did not dwell on this issue for long. In fact, the gap in strength had forced Yang Chen to choose a sneaky path, and he could not rob it by force. Viper was very fast and silent. In just 3 days, he had familiarized himself with the situation near the Eye of the Array. Back in the hut where Yang Chen was, Yang Chen immediately had a detailed map of the Eye of the Array in his mind. The Taishaman attached great importance to the Eye of the Array, and there were at least 3 Yuanying stage masters in charge. But most of the time they would meditate and cultivate in the center, and few people would disturb them. There were also a few Jindan stage masters and a group of Foundation establishment stage disciples around. In fact, that place now looked like a small town. The security was tight, but it looked inconspicuous. What was different was that this was an exclusive town for the disciples of the Taishaman. Except for the disciples of the Taishaman, no one else could enter. It was absolutely impossible for Yang Chen to sneak in. Together with the two of us, we can at most contain those 3 masters. You are no match for the rest. Viper and Sand Scorpion had made the same judgment, and they did not give Yang Chen any face. They are not like us, and they are merciful to our fellow demons. You can't sneak in. In the eyes of Viper and Sand Scorpion, Yang Chen was just a green bull monster in human form, and his strength was not strong. They had already shown mercy to him. But I don't need to sneak in. Faced with Viper's worry, Yang Chen smiled innocently. The purpose of the formation that was set up hundreds of years ago was to guide the earth element true essence in the barren sand valley to the formation eye, so that someone in the Taishaman could refine it. The problem was that the earth element true essence took so much effort to operate because it was difficult to guide. Over the past hundreds of years, the earth element true essence did not completely gather according to the wishes of the people who set up the formation in Taishaman. According to the distribution of spiritual power that Yang Chen collected from the demonic beasts, Yang Chen could even calculate the current distribution of the earth element true essence. Yes, the earth element true essence was gathering at the center of the formation eye, but after hundreds of years, it had not gathered there. It could only be said that it was still on the way. This gave Yang Chen an opportunity. Since the fifth earth true essence had not yet converged, and those people were foolishly waiting at the eye of the formation, wasn't that waiting to be intercepted on the road? The two demonic beasts had been in the barren sand valley for many years, but they had no way to distinguish the earth element true essence. After all, their knowledge was limited. Not to mention the two monsters. Even if it was the people in the greatest heaven sect, they didn't know what kind of expert had given them. They knew that there was the fifth earth true essence here, but they couldn't accurately find the almost filamentous fifth earth true essence from the desolate valley that covered thousands of miles. They could only rely on this kind of formation to slowly collect it. But Yang Chen was different. He had the knowledge of a zenith heaven golden immortal, and the description of the earth element true essence, so it was easy for him to distinguish what he needed. The only concern was that it would take a long time to collect the earth element true essence. Yang Chen needed to collect all the earth element true essence under the eyes of these people without being discovered, which was extremely difficult. If a tiger doesn't show its power, you'll think I'm a sick cat. I'll let you see what a real formation is. Yang Chen was despised by Viper and Sand Scorpion one after another. He also had the idea of subduing them. Even if he could not beat them, he had to let them see his shortcomings in other ways. This was very good for attracting two powerful demonic beasts to join Chunyang Palace. Chapter 218. The great formation of the Taishaman was indeed huge, and it was arranged naturally according to the terrain. However, in the eyes of Yang Chen, this was not the toughest part. As long as there was a detailed distribution of the spiritual power, Yang Chen could calculate the direction of the formation and the direction of the earth element spiritual essence. After all, the Taishaman had arranged it secretly and did not dare to openly announce that they were determined to obtain the earth element spiritual essence. To be honest, the barren sand valley was not the sphere of influence of the Taishaman, but the territory of another big sect, the Five-Element sect. However, the earth spiritual power here was strong. The Five-Elements sect generously allowed cultivators to train here, but it did not mean that the Taishaman could occupy the earth element spiritual essence here. Speaking of which, the Taishaman were also thieves, but they were relatively subtle. Yang Chen was sure that the Taishaman would not dare to make a big fuss, so he had the possibility of tampering with the formation. The formation was arranged according to the natural terrain. Those who did not have a deep understanding of formations would not be able to see it. Yang Chen even suspected that there was no one in this world who could understand this formation except the guy who set it up by the Taishaman. Perhaps the Taishaman thought that it was foolproof, but the formation had a fatal flaw. It was not too difficult to modify such a natural formation, especially in the eyes of Yang Chen, a zenith heaven golden immortal. You want to modify this formation. The Viper and Sand Scorpion certainly knew about the existence of this formation, and Yang Chen did not hide it from them. When they heard that Yang Chen could modify the formation, the Viper and Sand Scorpion could not help but be shocked. Demonic beasts were born from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. They absorbed the essence of the sun and the moon, and were powerful because of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Most of their cultivation was based on instinct. Not only could Yang Chen's green ox recognize formations, but he could also modify them. Furthermore, he had something as good as the transformation art. Now, he had more speculations about Yang Chen's origins. This was the effect that Yang Chen wanted. He wanted Viper and Sand Scorpion to be curious about his ability to use arrays to refine weapons and elixirs. Then he would slowly pull these two powerful guys to the side of Chunyang Palace. Anyway, Yang Chen still knew a lot about the cultivation methods of the demon cultivators in this world. At least, the beast-controlling secret art was a good thing that made the demon beasts unable to stop. As long as they found a powerful pet, their strength would immediately double. When the Taishamen set up the formation, they had to explore this place for at least 10 years before they could figure out the direction of the spiritual energy. With a smile, Yang Chen explained what he was going to do. I only need to modify the direction of the spiritual energy in dozens of key points to expose the earth element true essence. By then, the 5-element sect and the Taishamen will definitely have a good show to watch. Let's just wait and see. Although Sand Scorpion and the Viper had done such shady things before, none of them had done it on such a large scale to trick a sect. The two demon beasts were even more excited than Yang Chen himself. All these years, they had been used as practice targets. When had they ever felt so proud and elated? Moreover, he had made these people suffer a great loss without them knowing. The two demon beasts were almost urging Yang Chen to start setting up the formation immediately. Of course, it was not easy to change such a huge formation. Even with Yang Chen's knowledge in formations, he had locked himself in his room and calculated for more than 2 months. Sand Scorpion and the Viper were definitely the local snakes among the local snakes. Putting everything else aside, they could almost find a place in their respective territories with their eyes closed. Yang Chen pointed out the tasks in their respective territories. In less than 20 days, under the forceful interference of the two nascent soul realm demon beasts, the direction of the earth veins was forcefully changed. Although the deviation was only a few hundred feet, it was fatal to the formation set up by the Taishamen. Not to mention anything else, just finding the place where the formation was in disorder would take a crazy amount of time. The two demon beasts were very smart. Not only did they change the earth veins in their territories, they also changed a lot of the veins that were not in their territories, covering the entire barren Sand Valley. Under Yang Chen's plan, some of these earth veins were forcefully broken by the two demon beasts fighting for territory, and some were absorbed by Yang Chen using the purified medicine bottle. There were also some Taishamen disciples who were unaware of the situation. When they discovered the benefits, they would swarm up and take the initiative to set up formations or magical treasures, cutting off the spiritual energy in certain areas. All in all, there were too many to count. Next, it was Yang Chen's turn. He went to a few places, and with the help of the materials used to set up the formations, he slightly modified them. Thus, the 5th Earth True Essence, which was originally gathering at the eye of the formation, had quietly moved dozens of miles away and gathered at several other locations. In one of those locations where the territories of the Viper and the Sand Scorpion met, Yang Chen had already set up an underground space with the Viper and the Sand Scorpion, steadily waiting for the 5th Earth True Essence to slowly flow through. At any time, it was always easier to destroy than to build, especially for this kind of formation. The more he did not want others to know, the more he had to conceal it. Yang Chen did not care whether it would be discovered or not. For him, as long as he could refine a part of the 5th Earth True Essence and then combine it with the 5th Earth True Essence, he would be able to cultivate as the sun god in the future. There was no need to conceal it at all. Others might not know about the 5th Earth True Essence, but Yang Chen did. He could even leak the news of the 5th Earth True Essence after successfully refining it. At that time, the Taishamen who had been preparing for hundreds of years would not be satisfied. There were also earth elementalists in the 5-element sect, and they would spare no effort to fight for the things in their own territory. At that time, Yang Chen would be able to witness a wonderful fight between dragons and tigers. Of course, this effect could only be achieved by guiding the fifth Earth true essence for hundreds of years. However, that was a hidden arrangement, and Yang Chen did not care about it. He directly pushed the power of the formation to the maximum. In just a month, the aura of the pure fifth Earth true essence had begun to erupt in several other places, which would soon attract the attention of a large number of people. At this time, Yang Chen was sitting peacefully in the underground location he had set up. He began to face a wisp of fifth Earth true essence that had gathered and was ready to refine it. One should not be too greedy. If you want to eat alone, you will get a stomachache. Yang Chen seemed to be instructing the sand scorpion and the viper. He said with a smile, "You too guard me. I want to absorb this fifth Earth true essence. After I refine these, it will be your turn." What about the other places? The viper obviously did not want the thing that they had worked so hard to find to be taken advantage of by others. No matter who refines it, let him keep it if he is pleasing to the eye. If he is not pleasing to the eye, kill him and take it. Yang Chen's words clearly expressed his thoughts. Chapter 219. Recently, several extremely pure, earth-attribute spiritual energies had appeared in the barren Sand Valley. This kind of pure earth element energy quickly attracted the attention of the cultivators in the barren Sand Valley. Unfortunately, this earth element energy could not be refined without a special cultivation method, which disappointed many people. However, the news began to spread like wildfire. For a while, the barren Sand Valley suddenly became a gathering place. A large number of earth elementalists from the 5 elements sect directly rushed into the barren Sand Valley. After several experts identified one of the locations, they immediately came to the conclusion that this pure earth attribute spiritual energy was actually earth element energy. As soon as the news spread, almost all the cultivators went crazy. Almost on the same day that they received the exact news, the 5 Elements sect immediately announced that the earth element energy in the barren Sand Valley belonged to the 5 Elements sect, and other sects were not allowed to touch it. At the same time, they sent disciples to seal off several other locations. After hundreds of years of planning, they originally planned to collect and refine the earth element energy under the nose of the 5 Elements sect. Suddenly, the situation changed. How could the Taishaman be willing? Before the 5 Elements sect made their move, they had already occupied a few spots where the earth element energy emerged at lightning speed. However, there were so many locations that they could not occupy all of them. Fighting with the people of the 5 Elements sect in the territory of the 5 Elements sect? This was definitely a slap in the face of the 5 Elements sect. However, at this moment, in the face of the earth element energy, they could not care less. Originally, the Taishaman had prepared to collect the earth element energy. Everything was very sufficient. They directly began to forcibly collect the earth element energy in several locations. Without the appropriate cultivation method, they could not refine it. However, they could first collect it into some containers and then refine it later when they had the cultivation method. The 5 Elements sect was caught unprepared. The Taishaman had frantically collected the earth element energy in at least 4 locations. However, when they finished collecting, they found that they had been surrounded by the experts of the 5 Elements sect. It seemed that they were ready to take action at any moment. The 5 Elements sect directly sent out 6 nascent soul ancestors. 2 of them occupied 2 locations, and the other 4 blocked the people of the Taishaman in the barren Sand Valley. The other rogue cultivators in the desolate Sand Valley all knew that they couldn't participate in the affairs of the 2 great sects, so they wisely hid to the side and watched the show. There hadn't been any major events in the cultivation world for over 100 years. The confrontation between the 2 major sects was definitely something worth writing about. The higher-ups of the 2 sects started to negotiate almost immediately. The fifth Earth True Essence was within the territory of the Five Elements sect. Although the Five Elements sect had never attached importance to this place before, now that such a good thing had appeared, of course, they would not give up even an inch of it. He would also have to hand over all the earth element energies that the Taishaman had collected from the barren Sands Valley. How could the Taishaman agree? They had planned for hundreds of years, and it would be harvest season in a few more decades. But suddenly, something like this happened. How could they be willing? Of course, he had to fight for what was right. It was just that it was impossible for the Taishaman to quietly monopolize it. They could only share a part of the benefits. After all, the Five Elements sect was the host, and the two great sects were first-class sections. If they fought, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Neither side wanted to make such a big enemy, so they could only sit down and negotiate. Seeing that the two sides were about to reach a settlement, everyone took a step back and made some compromises. But the appearance of a formation map directly made this harmonious atmosphere disappear in an instant. It was a formation map that looked old, but it showed the complete distribution of spiritual power in the desolate Sand Valley and the complete formation that was arranged using the natural terrain. This formation map happened to be obtained by several disciples of the Five Elements sect. It seemed that the process of obtaining it was a coincidence caused by some people's negligence. When the sect master of the Five Elements sect saw the formation map, he immediately gathered a few elders. In less than a day, they confirmed the authenticity of the formation. Furthermore, with the influence of the Five Elements sect, they immediately verified the existence of the formation in an above-board manner. If it weren't for some recent events that happened to change the direction of some earth veins, this formation would not have been exposed at all. Such a large formation was arranged in their own backyard. This was no longer a slap in the face of the Five Elements sect, but a direct draw of the blood of the Five Elements sect. Almost everyone in the Five Elements sect was filled with anger when they thought that something that originally belonged to them had been coveted by someone for hundreds of years. In fact, it was easy to guess who arranged the formation. For hundreds of years, the sect that invested the most in the desolate Sand Valley was obviously the Taishaman, who had recently competed with the Five Elements sect for the Earth Element True Essence. If this could be tolerated, what couldn't? They were all from several super sects, and they usually exchanged what they needed. Unexpectedly, hundreds of years ago, someone wanted to steal from their own doorstep, and even arranged it in such a sneaky manner. If it weren't exposed recently, the Five Elements sect wouldn't have a share of the Earth Element True Essence after a few decades. The Five Elements sect almost overturned the negotiation table, and all the disciples of the Taishaman in the desolate Sand Valley were detained and not allowed to leave. The situation was on the verge of breaking out, but both sides still maintained the last bit of restraint, and no one made the first move. But looking at the situation, as long as there was a spark, it would be enough to start a war. The top leaders of the Taishaman were in a terrible situation. Originally, it was a secret that only their sect knew, but suddenly it became a secret that everyone knew. Moreover, they had directly offended the Five Elements sect, who had always been on good terms with them. Something that was originally ownerless suddenly became ownerless. It was a big taboo in the cultivation world to blatantly steal something that belonged to another sect. This time, the reputation of the greatest heaven sect was directly smelly to their grandmother's house. Other sects even began to investigate in their own territories to see if there were any disciples of the Taishaman frequently coming and going, and if they were eyeing something in their own sect. Some sects had already sent notes to the Taishaman, asking if the Taishaman had taken a fancy to something in their territory, and if so, to avoid damaging the relationship between the two sections. The only thing to blame was the location of the desolate Sand Valley, which happened to be at the edge of the Five Elements sect. This was the source of the dispute. If it was really ownerless, no one would have anything to say. But unfortunately, things happened so coincidentally from being reasonable to being unreasonable. There were only two paths in front of the leader of the Taishaman. One was to apologize and return the earth element spiritual ether that was in his possession to the Five Elements sect. But this would mean that hundreds of years of hard work would be wasted, and he would also have to admit his mistake, and from then on he would have to lower his head whenever he saw the Five Elements sect. The other was to refuse to return the earth element spiritual ether, and both sides would fight to the death. But this option was not reasonable, and it would give the other sects the impression that the Taishamin were rude and unreasonable. On one side was profit, and on the other side was face. It was really difficult to make a decision. Chapter 220. Yang Chen, who directed the show, did not pay any attention to what was happening at the moment. He was at the border of the territory of the Viper and the Sand Scorpion, cultivating the earth element true art and refining the earth element energy without anyone disturbing him. The place he chose was just too good. Two nascent soul-level demonic beasts were fighting for territory here, and those with slightly weaker cultivation base would not dare to come close at all. As for the powerful cultivators, they were confronting each other, and no one had the time to pay attention to what was happening here. Of course, the most important thing was that the earth element energy emanating from this place was not as thick as the ones in other places. Under the refinement of Yang Qin, the people outside could not sense the aura here at all, allowing him to cultivate with ease. The earth element true art was one of the great yin-yang 5 elemental arts that Yang Qin had planned for himself. It was much stronger than any earth element cultivation technique that Yang Qin had ever heard of before. Furthermore, the conditions for its cultivation were extremely harsh. First of all, the earth element energy was a must, as it would be impossible to cultivate without the earth element origin energy. The acquired earth spirit root was full value, coupled with a complete cultivation secret art, coupled with enough fifth earth true essence. Yang Chen had met all the conditions. However, when he began to cultivate the earth element true art, he still encountered many difficulties. After all, he was only a fire cultivator in his previous life, and his understanding of the other elemental cultivation techniques was not as thorough as that of the fire element. It took Yang Chen at least a month to barely cross the threshold of a high-level cultivation technique like the earth element true art. A wisp of earth element energy, as thin as a gossamer, was refined and absorbed by Yang Qin from the barren sand valley and integrated into Yang Chen's body. This wisp of fifth earth true essence was worthy of being the original spirit power of the fifth earth attribute. As soon as it entered Yang Chen's meridians, it directly replaced all the previous fifth earth spirit power of Yang Chen. Like a kindling, it quickly assimilated the original fifth earth spirit power. Instead of assimilation, it was the process of diluting this wisp of earth element energy with Yang Chen's original earth element energy. However, this dilution was accompanied by a process of being slightly transformed by the fifth earth true essence, Yang Chen's earth element spiritual energy, which had reached the foundation establishment stage and had been refined by the 5 elements reverse secret of yin and yang for a long time, suddenly diluted and assimilated into earth element true essence. It was as if the soft floating soil was suddenly compressed into a stone by a great force. In just a moment, the originally abundant earth element spiritual energy was directly compressed to 1/10 of the original and could not even fill the meridians. This was not a very pure fifth earth true essence. After all, it had only been more than a month since the formation was changed. The fifth earth true essence scattered in the barren sand valley was not only condensed into fifth earth true essence, but also ordinary earth attribute spiritual power. Even so, it was enough to improve the quality of Yang Chen's earth element energy by a few times. The next thing was relatively simple. After passing this hurdle, what Yang Chen had to do was to continue to absorb enough fifth earth true essence to reach a sufficient amount of qualitative change and completely transform Yang Chen's fifth earth element spiritual power into fifth earth true essence. There was no day or night in cultivation. When Yang Chen concentrated on cultivating this fifth earth true essence, he did not even feel the passage of time. until the moment when his body had absorbed enough fifth earth true essence, it began to change dramatically. Boom! Yang Chen's consciousness once again entered his own sea of consciousness. Once again, the sea of consciousness underwent great changes. At both ends of the Scarlet River, there was a layer of solid land covering the entire sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness was divided into clear layers, with the Scarlet River and the fifth earth as the benchmark, and finally separated completely from the top. The earth core fire and the true sun fire were located at the top and bottom, respectively. The Penglai divine wood, which was originally connected to the heaven and earth, finally had a place to take root at this moment. The thick roots directly plunged into this piece of fifth earth, becoming stronger and stronger. This time, although the sea of consciousness did not expand again, it was more solid. With the solid fifth earth as the foundation, whether it was the Scarlet River or other things, it was like having a foundation. This was not comparable to the expansion of the sea of consciousness alone. At this step, Yang Chen could say that his spiritual awareness had condensed to the realm of nascent soul. Perhaps if there was any opportunity or continued cultivation of the three purities secret art, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness would break through the Yuanying stage in the foundation establishment stage. The Yin-Yang 5 elements secret art finally had a kind of spiritual power. When Yang Chen woke up and looked at it carefully, he immediately found that his strength had increased crazily. The 108 spiritual power threads of the fifth earth spirit power were all converted into fifth earth true essence, and the power directly increased by several times. With a punch, the underground space where Yang Chen was located seemed to have suddenly detonated a large yield bomb. With a bang, the entire space was directly squeezed into a sphere by this sudden burst of fifth earth spirit power. With Yang Chen's fist as the center, it spread around. The original space directly expanded several times. So powerful. After so many days of contact, Sand Scorpion and Viper basically understood the strength of Yang Chen. Compared to them, he was really weak and pitiful. But now, after feeling this punch, the two beasts almost jumped up at the same time. They also began to look forward to the fifth earth true essence. Yang Chen did not eat it alone. Both beasts were earth-attributed beasts. By instinct, they could almost sense the fifth earth true essence. It was just that because of the previous agreement, they had been guarding Yang Chen, resisting the desire for the fifth earth true essence. Now that Yang Chen had completed it, the two beasts finally had the opportunity to feel the power of the fifth earth true essence. Compared with humans, the physical conditions of the beasts were very different. The fifth earth true essence that Yang Chen needed to absorb and refine with the fifth earth true essence directly rushed into the bodies of Viper and Sand Scorpion and began to frantically strengthen the physique of the two beasts, changing the spiritual power in their bodies. The two beasts even only needed to sleep, waiting for their bodies to be cleansed by the fifth earth true essence. This unique condition was not something that Yang Chen could envy. However, this strengthened Yang Chen's determination to pull the two beasts into Chunyang Palace. Two beasts in the nascent soul realm with the fifth earth origin spiritual power could definitely make the power of Chunyang Palace rise to a higher level. This time, Yang Chen waited for 2 months before the two beasts woke up from their sleep. After the cleansing of the fifth earth true essence, the strength of the two beasts had completely improved to a level. Even the transformation skill began to be able to temporarily transform into a human form, but it was not stable enough. After a while, they would return to their original form. "You are not a demon, nor are you a green ox." After waking up from a deep sleep, the first thing Viper did was to ask Yang Chen in a choppy voice, "You are a human cultivator, right?" When Viper asked this question, Sand Scorpion next to him also turned into a middle-aged man in gray armor, with a strong killing intent in his eyes, staring at Yang Chen. Chapter 221. Viper had also turned into a middle-aged man, but he looked a little tender, slightly younger than Sand Scorpion. His body was also close-fitting armor made of his own fine scales, and he looked more feminine than Sand Scorpion. Viper's eyes were unfriendly, and so was Sand Scorpion. The two monsters seemed to be very dissatisfied with Yang Chen deceiving them. They couldn't see it before, but the way Yang Chen absorbed the earth element true essence was completely different from the two monsters, so they could distinguish it. Yes, I'm a human cultivator. At this point, Yang Chen did not hide his identity at all. I'm an Inner Mountain disciple of Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen. I'm here to meet the two seniors again. Why do you have the aura of my demon race? Sand Scorpion, who had transformed into a big man, asked. His carapace had transformed into a full body armor, which was very fitting. Even the big pincers and tail could not be seen, and he looked completely like a human. Of course, I have some relationship with the demon race. Yang Chen smiled and replied simply. He would not tell the whole story. The two monsters did not doubt this at all. Yang Chen's green ox aura could not be wrong, and he even had a demon soul. However, Yang Chen was a human, which made the two monsters very puzzled. The reason why they asked this question was also because they were dissatisfied with Yang Chen's previous concealment. However, although the eyes of the two monsters were not friendly, there was no killing intent. At least in front of Yang Chen, no one could hide their killing intent. He did not have to worry about the two monsters making a move. If he wanted to make a move, he would have done it when he was refining the earth element true essence. Why would he wait until now? Moreover, everyone had been very happy these days. The two monsters had also seen a lot of things that they had never seen before, and they had also obtained the earth element true essence. Even if he asked them to kill Yang Chen, they would not do it. Two seniors, I think you also like to go to the vast thousand world to have a good look. Why not leave with this junior? Yang Chen seized the opportunity to invite them. My Chunyang Palace will definitely welcome the two seniors. A sect of human cultivators will accept two Yao beasts like us? Viper frowned. Sand Scorpion, too, revealed a puzzled look. Although Yang Chen's words were very attractive, the two demonic beasts were unable to accept it immediately due to their deeply rooted opposing views. I'm not sure about other sects, but Chunyang Palace can give it a try. Yang Chen wasn't being arrogant and conceited. It was just that all the major sects had their own mountain-guarding spirit beasts. With the strength of the Viper and the Sand Scorpion, when they arrived at the Chunyang Palace, they would not be reduced to beasts guarding the mountain. As long as they were willing to abide by the rules, coupled with Yang Chen's efforts, they could definitely have a place in Chunyang Palace. The Viper and the Sand Scorpion looked at each other and seemed to be a little tempted. However, they had not completely made up their minds. They just looked at Yang Chen and gave an ambiguous answer. Let's go out and have a look first. Maybe we can give it a try. Yang Chen knew that this was not something that could be achieved overnight, so he was not in a hurry. Anyway, since they had agreed to give it a try, there would be plenty of opportunities when the time came. Since the two demonic beasts had made up their minds, they could just take them away. Of course, the two demonic beasts could not leave quietly. Under Yang Chen's suggestion, an earth-shattering battle broke out between the two demonic beasts, which alarmed almost everyone in the barren Sand Valley. Then, the two demonic beasts seemed to be injured and disappeared. Later, some people speculated that the battle should have been caused by the discovery of the earth element true essence on the edge of the two demonic beasts' territories. This was all in the future. The reality was that the two demonic beasts had disappeared since then. However, before leaving, Yang Chen still had one thing to deal with. The traitor Chu Heng had not been executed yet. Since Yang Chen knew that he was still hiding in the barren Sand Valley, he would naturally not let him go. It took Yang Chen 4 months to refine the earth element true essence, and another 2 months for the two demonic beasts. During this time, Yang Chen had no idea what was going on outside. The two sects were at loggerheads, and the atmosphere in the barren Sand Valley was very bad. If he appeared rashly, it might lead to an unexpected disaster. Fortunately, in addition to the two sects, there were many people from other sects who came to see what was going on. Many rogue cultivators planned to see if they could get a share of this event. The appearance of Yang Qin was not conspicuous at all. In particular, Yang Qin also used the pretense of hunting down the traitor Chu Heng. As long as he did not have any ideas about the earth element true essence, no one would care about him, a junior in the foundation establishment stage. The Five Elements sect and the Taishaman finally made a move. 3 months ago, several junior disciples met with each other and had some disagreements. The two sides were originally not on good terms, and finally a fight broke out. The death and injury of several junior disciples completely ignited the resentment between the two sides. With the participation of several Yuanning realm ancestors in the battle, the situation was out of control. The sect leader of the Taishaman finally paid the price for his hesitation. Originally, he wanted to delay for a while, at least to collect some earth element true essence under the nose of the Five Elements sect, and then return a part of it. The sect would keep a part of it, and this matter would be over. It was a good plan, but the plan could not keep up with the changes. Because of the friction between several junior disciples, his wishful thinking was finally completely broken. In just 2 months, one Yuanning realm ancestor of the Five Elements sect was seriously injured, and 2 were slightly injured, while one Yuanning realm ancestor of the Taishaman died, and 2 were slightly injured. As for those low-level disciples, there were even more dead and injured. In such a period, the loss of a Yuanning realm ancestor simply made the Taishaman feel distressed. The matter between the two sects was no longer just a matter between the two sections. Once the war expanded, the slaughter between the righteous sects might cause the devil sects to take advantage of the situation. At that time, people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Therefore, very soon a few big sects joined forces and mediated between the two sides. Even if the Taishaman were overbearing, it was impossible to completely ignore the joint pressure of several other major sections. Moreover, this matter was also a matter of the Taishaman snatching food from the tiger's mouth in the territory of the Five Elements sect. It was not a glorious and reasonable thing to do. At this point, the Taishaman could only bite the bullet and swallow it. They ate this loss in silence and began to accept the mediation of several major sections. The ownership of the earth element true essence had also become the focus of dispute between the two sides. In order to compensate for the losses of both sides, and at the same time to take care of the feelings of all sides, this time the Taishaman estimated that in addition to bowing their heads and admitting their mistakes, they also had to pay a lot of compensation. Yang Chen appeared during this period of truce between the two sides. Although the Taishaman and the Five Elements sect were hostile to each other, they were very restrained and did not dare to provoke him easily. At least when Yang Chen appeared again in the small town where he had lived, the disciples of the Taishaman no longer had the spirit to ridicule Yang Chen. Chapter 222. Where are we going to find the guy you mentioned? Sand Scorpion and Viper were still unable to transform into humans, so they still maintained their original forms and let Yang Chen bring them along. The two monsters were now very good at hiding themselves. No one noticed the strength of the two monsters even when they were so close. At most, they thought that Yang Chen had caught the two little monsters in the barren sand valley. Even the little Taishaman know that he is hiding in the barren sand valley. Presumably, the smarter ones definitely know where Chu Heng is hiding. Yang Chen's smile was a little smug. In the eyes of the two monsters, it was a different scene. It seemed that they had promised to help Yang Chen 3 times. Up until now, Viper was the only one who had taken action. It seemed that this mission had landed on their heads again. Don't worry, as long as you catch him, I will take care of the interrogation. I think that a Jindan stage master should know. The meaningful smile on Yang Chen's face was almost undisguised. He had already calculated all of this in advance. However, we have to find out Chu Heng's whereabouts. This will count as one action. The two monsters were experts at the Yuanying realm. In the barren Sand Valley, which was an Earth Attribute territory, it was almost a piece of cake to work together to capture a Jin Dan stage master. With Yang Chen's plan, it was really not difficult to secretly capture a Jin Dan stage master who was alone among the Taishamen. Who would have thought that when several major sects joined forces to mediate, someone would attack the Taishamen? Whether it was the two monsters or Yang Chen, it was easy to make a hole in the ground in the hidden underground. Yang Chen conveniently set up a small formation to disrupt the aura. In this way, no one would discover the interference during the interrogation process. The two monsters hid the unlucky Jin Dan stage master in the hole. Under their control, the poor guy did not even have the strength to resist, and his face was full of horror. How could he have imagined that his patrol in the desolate Sand Valley would suddenly turn into such a situation? When he saw the mark of Yang Chen's Chunyang Palace, the Jiran stage master seemed to realize something, but his power had been completely sealed. Even in the face of Yang Chen, a small foundation establishment disciple, he could not resist at all. You are Yang Chen of Chunyang Palace. There was only one disciple of Chunyang Palace in the barren Sand Valley. The Jindan stage master immediately recognized Yang Chen's identity. He struggled for a few times and suddenly shouted at Yang Chen. It turns out that Chunyang Palace has begun to collude with the demon beasts. You are indeed a remnant of the Devil Gate. Whether I'm a remnant of the evil cult or not has nothing to do with you anymore. Yang Chen smiled and walked forward without a care in the world. He placed his hand on the head of the guy who couldn't dodge at all. What do you want? I, the Taishaman, will not let you go. The Jiran stage master was scared out of his wits. Yang Chen actually colluded with the demon beasts. Maybe he had some shameful means. When he thought that this was going to happen to him, even if he was already a Jiran stage master, he couldn't help but be afraid. I don't know if the Taishaman will let me go. Yang Chen's fingers were close to the guy's Baihui, and he smiled at him, but you have to believe me, I will never let the Taishaman go. After that, he had already launched the spirit-shaking technique. This time, the spirit-shaking technique was mixed with the bloody river in the Sea of Consciousness, and it directly rushed into the guy's Sea of Consciousness from the Baihui. Without waiting for Yang Chen to use his means again, the other party's eyes suddenly flashed with a frightening light. His face seemed to have seen something terrifying. His mouth only made two sounds. Then his head was directly crooked, his eyes were wide open, and he directly stopped breathing. Hey! Yang Chen didn't expect this result. He hurriedly patted the unlucky master's cheek, only to find that he had completely stopped breathing. He was actually scared to death by the impact of the blood-colored river. Viper and Sand Scorpion did not directly face Yang Chen's spirit-shaking technique. Seeing this situation, the two demon beasts looked at each other with a slightly frightened look in their eyes. Even if the two of them could easily capture this Jiran stage master, they didn't have the ability to scare people to death with just their divine sense. Sorry, I didn't know what to do. It seems that you have to work hard again. Yang Chen could only spread his hands, indicating his innocence. How would I know that he, a Jiran stage master, would be so easily scared? The two demon beasts didn't say anything, turned around and left, and continued to find the next unlucky guy. Looking at the backs of the two demon beasts, a smile also appeared on Yang Chen's face. Some things were slowly instilled in them, and they absolutely could not escape the fate of joining Chunyang Palace. The second unlucky guy appeared in front of Yang Chen again. This time, Yang Chen had learned his lesson from last time. He only used a little bit of the bloody river, and it directly made the Jiran stage master lose his spirit. Yang Chen answered every question without hiding anything. Chu Heng had been taken care of by the Taishaman, and even when the law enforcement disciples of Chunyang Palace came to the door, the Taishaman also secretly helped Chu Heng. the place where Chu Hung injured the 4 law enforcement hall disciples last time. There was a small formation in the large formation arranged by the Greatest Heaven sect, which could secretly help people who occupy a specific place to deal with the enemy in the formation. Chu Hung relied on this to defeat the 4 law enforcement disciples of Chunyang Palace. Otherwise, how could he, who had the water attribute, fight against 4 people alone in the barren sand valley? Now, Chu Hung was still hiding in this formation, practicing while thinking about the final solution. It was definitely not a solution to hide for a lifetime. The Taishaman seemed to intend to let Chu Hung change his appearance and join the Taishaman. As a result, some preparatory work had not been completed, so it had been delayed until now. Of course, this was obviously not the right time. The Taishaman could not even take care of themselves, let alone Chu Hung. Without the protection of the Taishaman, Chu Hung naturally did not dare to go anywhere. He could only hide in the formation and wait for the situation to calm down. Then he could join the Taishaman. What a good plan. Completely change your appearance and join another sect? Yang Chen sneered, and his voice made Viper and Sand Scorpion tremble. Completely changing their appearance, Chu Hung and the Taishaman wanted to make Chunyang Palace unable to raise their heads for a lifetime. Their vicious intentions could be seen. "You dare to insult my master! I want your head!" As he said, Yang Qin twisted the neck of the Jedon stage master. Chapter 223. Chu Hung felt that his life was really full of twists and turns. Because of a little Yang Qin, he turned from a promising pro-disciple of the Bright Moon Temple Lord into a traitor. This big turn of events was really unacceptable to him. Everything was because of that damn Yang Qin. If it weren't for Yang Qin, how could Chu Hung fall into this situation now? At the thought of Yang Qin's hateful face, Chu Hung could not help but clench his fists tightly. He had become a traitor. When the disciples of the law enforcement hall came, it was impossible for Chu Hung to surrender. Once he was taken back, Chu Hing could only die. There was no other possibility. Because Yang Qin helped Elder Wu Xiong refine the heaven-seizing pill, the importance of Chunyang Palace now far exceeded that of Chu Hung. Therefore, Master Liang Xiaoming secretly sent someone to inform him that he must hide well and must not be taken back by the disciples of the law enforcement hall. Fortunately, these fellow Taoists of Taishaman were loyal and willing to cover for him, and even provided him with a place to hide. Fellow Taoist, Li even gave him a guarantee that he was refining the medicine that could change his appearance. As soon as it was refined, he would take it immediately. From then on, he would join the Taishaman with a new identity and never have to worry about anything. This gave Chu Hung the greatest hope, and it was also the reason why Chu Hung had been able to hold on until now. Unfortunately, because of what happened a few months ago, the Taishaman had now become the target of public criticism. Unable to take care of themselves, Chu Heng's matter was also forced to be postponed. Chu Hung knew the priorities of the matter, so he did not dare to rush and could only wait slowly. But this time the Taishaman were obviously in great trouble, and even a Yuanying ancestor had died. It involved the war between the 5 Elements sect and the Taishaman, which could not be resolved in a short time. In addition to hiding in this formation, Chu Heng could not think of any place to go for the time being. No matter where he was, it was estimated that the people of Chunyang Palace would be looking for him. With the way he injured 4 disciples of the law enforcement hall and sent them back to Chunyang Palace, if he was found, he would die. There was no other possibility. Unfortunately, this was the desolate Sand Valley. As a water elementalist, he had no use here. Footsteps could be heard coming from the life gate of the array formation. It was definitely the Taishaman. Chu Hung ignored them and focused on his cultivation. Even though the spiritual energy in the barren Sand Valley was dense, under his hard work, his cultivation level had increased a little. He was now at the peak of the foundational level. As long as he had the right opportunity, he might be able to condense a pill. This formation was a masterpiece of the Taishaman. Although Chu Hung did not know what the complete formation looked like, just the part he was contained an extremely powerful force. The fact that he, a water elementalist, was able to fight 1 against 4 in the desolate Sand Valley and severely injure them was enough to show how powerful the formation was. If one was not a Taishaman and did not understand this formation, it would be impossible for them to enter from the life gate. Chu Heng only knew how to get in and out after being instructed. Since it was one of his own, Chu Heng would not interrupt his current cultivation. It would not be too late to greet him after he finished his cultivation. However, the piercing gaze made Chu Heng feel very uncomfortable. It was as if he was being stared at by a butcher. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Chu Heng hastily stopped his cultivation and slowly stood up. He turned around to greet him, but he saw a face that could not be more familiar. Even in his dreams, Chu Heng wanted to tear the owner of this face to pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. When he thought of Yang Chen, Chu Heng felt an urge to kill. But when Chu Heng saw Yang Chen's face, he only felt a chill and a guilty conscience. This was an important place for the Taishaman. How did Yang Chen get in? Yang Chen was a disciple who had just built his foundation and had never come into contact with a raise. It was impossible for him to walk in on his own. The only possibility was that someone in the Taishaman had leaked the secret of the formation and Chu Heng's whereabouts. This was the reason why Chu Heng felt cold all over. Had he been abandoned by the Taishaman? In order to calm this situation, the Taishaman might compromise with several small sects that they looked down on in the past. The strength of the Chunyang Palace was not weak. Were they planning to sacrifice him in exchange for the support of the Chunyang Palace, who betrayed his whereabouts? It should be known that those who knew Chu Heng's whereabouts were the masters of the Taishaman Jindan stage and above. Ordinary disciples did not know that there was a person named Chu Heng here. Chu Heng did not think that a Jindan stage master would compromise with Yang Chen, a disciple of the Zhuji stage. Chu Heng did not think that Yang Chen was so strong. A burst of cold sweat oozed from Chu Heng's back. At this time, Chu Heng understood the feeling of being betrayed. In particular, the feeling of being stabbed in the back by a trusted ally was simply painful. At this moment, Chu Heng almost cursed Li Qingqin's whole family, not missing a single one. Could it be that he could only wait to be captured? Chu Heng moved his feet with difficulty and looked around, trying to find the figure who came in with Yang Chen. However, no matter how he looked, he could not see the people of the Taishaman. However, this did not make Chu Heng relaxed, but more nervous. He could not even see the people. Did it mean that it was at least a master of the Jedan stage? Fortunately, after Chu Heng's spiritual awareness explored it, he was surprised to find that the formation had not failed and could still be used. Moreover, his current position was not far from the controlling eye of the formation. As long as he stood on the eye of the formation, Chu Heng was not afraid of being besieged by several people with similar cultivation. It's been a long time since I saw you, Senior Brother Chu. It seems that you are living a very comfortable life. Yang Chen stood there and did not move. He simply ignored Chu Heng's slow movement. Only when Chu Heng's guilty conscience became more and more severe did he say, "The head of the palace has ordered that you betrayed the sect and killed your fellow disciples. You will be abolished and expelled from the sect. If you want to abolish my cultivation, do it yourself." Chu Heng had already stepped on the eye of the formation, and his heart was determined. The people of the Taishaman had not appeared, which made Chu Heng feel lucky. Did they not intend to show up at all, and just let the people of Chunyang Palace solve it themselves? In this case, it seemed that the Taishaman were still secretly partial to himself. "That is the punishment of the head of the palace for you, not mine." Yang Chen sneered. "Since you want to kill me, I will not be polite to you. Chu Heng die. Just by you?" Chu Heng laughed and pointed at Yang Chen with a disdainful sneer. "Do you really think you are a character? Don't talk nonsense." Yang Chen ignored Chu Heng's laughter and held the immortal beheading blade in his hand. He said coldly to Chu Heng, "Every injustice has its perpetrator, Every debt has its debtor. Chu Heng, give up your life. Chapter 224. Go to hell, Yang Qin. Chu Heng shouted and activated the array. Suddenly, a spirit power wall composed of earth spirit power was pushed toward Yang Qin in an overwhelming manner. Child's play. Yang Qin snorted coldly. He didn't care about the array's influence at all. He held the immortal beheading saber upside down and stared at Chu Heng's figure as he walked straight toward him. The wall of spiritual power that Chu Heng had used to defeat the 4 Law Enforcement Hall disciples didn't seem to exist in front of Yang Qin. Under Chu Heng's incredulous gaze, the spirit power wall in front of Yang Qin's body was divided into 2, giving way to a gap, and Yang Qin was just right to pass through. How could this be? Chu Heng's eyes almost popped out of his head. Apart from fighting the 4 Law Enforcement Hall disciples, Chu Heng had also sparred with a few Taishaman disciples here. How could this happen? Yang Qin was already a few steps away from him. Chu Heng didn't believe it and immediately changed his footwork and hand seals. Suddenly, arrows of spiritual power shot out from Yang Qin's feet. As Chu Heng pointed at Yang Qin, hundreds of earth attribute spiritual power arrows flew toward Yang Qin. However, what made Chu Heng shocked again was that these hundreds of spiritual arrows had just flown to Yang Qin's side. The knife in Yang Qin's hand just flashed a few times, and these spiritual arrows seemed to have been cut off and fell to the ground. Ever since Chu Heng learned about the array, something like this had never happened. Although the array couldn't hurt Yang Qin, Chu Heng wasn't nervous at all. There was another advantage to the array. Standing at the eye of the array would provide Chu Heng with an endless supply of spiritual power. Although he needed to convert the earth attribute spiritual power to water attribute with such a large valley, even if he lost half of it, it would still be enough for Chu Heng to use for thousands of years without running out of spiritual power. If I hadn't shown mercy a few years ago, would you still be alive now? As Chu Heng roared, he also felt a tinge of regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed Yang Qin at Yeshio Manor. How could he have gotten into this mess? However, it was already too late to say anything now. Chu Heng could only hope that Yang Qin's cultivation was ordinary and that he could rely on his peak foundation establishment strength to kill Yang Qin. Let me see what kind of progress you've made since you were able to concoct pills for Elder Wuxiong. Following Chu Heng's words, an aqua blue flying sword soared into the sky and instantly appeared in front of Yang Qin. Yang Qin's eyes were fixed on Chu Heng. He didn't look anywhere else. He gripped the immortal beheading saber with both hands, raised it up high, and slashed fiercely to his side. Ding! Chu Heng's flying sword was sent flying by Yang Qin's saber. As the sword and saber clashed, Chu Heng suddenly felt his heart tremble, as if there was a trace of pain. In great shock, he hurriedly recalled the flying sword. As soon as the flying sword was in his hand, Chu Heng immediately found that there was a small gap on his once invincible flying sword. The flying sword was actually broken by Yang Qin's sword. Chu Heng felt distressed, but he couldn't help but be shocked. Chunyang Palace was actually willing to spend so much to give Yang Qin, a disciple in the Foundation establishment stage, such a high-level flying sword? In just a few moves, Yang Qin had already walked not far in front of Chu Heng. He smiled coldly at Chu Heng and said, "I was wondering how powerful you were. It turns out that you defeated 4 senior brothers of the Law Enforcement Hall with a formation. No wonder. Watch my saber." He raised the immortal beheading saber in his hand high and slashed at Chu Heng not far away. Clang! This time there was a loud noise. It was Chu Heng who once again took out his flying sword and blocked Yang Qin's saber. However, although he blocked it, the natal flying sword, which had been refined for a long time and was connected to Chu Heng's mind, was directly broken into 2 under Yang Qin's saber. Ah! Chu Heng let out a scream and spat out a mouthful of blood. With the natal flying sword destroyed, Chu Heng's mind was in so much pain that he almost couldn't stand. He never thought that Yang Chen's saber would be so fierce that it could actually cut his natal flying sword in two. Despair enveloped Chu Heng's whole body. He never thought that in front of Yang Chen he couldn't even block one saber strike with all his strength. But Chu Heng absolutely didn't want to wait for death. He decisively mobilized all the spiritual power in his body and blasted a punch at Yang Chen. "I'll make you accept your death wholeheartedly." Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber swayed and moved it to his left hand. His right hand also blasted out a punch, which met Chu Heng's fist. Yang Chen had actually given up his advantage and actually wanted to exchange blows with him. Chu Heng sneered inwardly. The spiritual power of the array superimposed with his own spiritual power and rushed at Yang Chen. Bang! The two fists collided. Before the evil smile on Chu Heng's face could fade, a huge wave of spiritual power directly rushed into Chu Heng's fist. The spiritual power that Chu Heng was so proud of was as fragile as paper in front of Yang Chen's spiritual power. With just one punch, Chu Heng's spiritual power was scattered. Yang Chen didn't move from his original position, but Chu Heng's whole body was blasted dozens of feet away. His fist was directly smashed into pieces, and that powerful force was still traveling along Chu Heng's arm to his shoulder. His arm also made a cracking sound, and the intense pain told Chu Heng that his arm was already crippled. Chu Heng didn't dare to believe everything that had happened to him. Yang Chen's cultivation was clearly in the early stage of foundation establishment. How could he make him like this with one punch? However, the intense pain in his fist was a clear reminder that all of this was not a dream, but reality. He, who was at the peak of foundation establishment, was actually half crippled by Yang Chen, who was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. What made Chu Heng even more frightened was that he suddenly realized that he didn't have the slightest ability to resist this rising junior brother of his. Seeing that Yang Chen was already standing in front of him and waving his immortal beheading saber again, Chu Heng suddenly shouted, "You can't kill me! This is the Taishaman's territory. If you kill me, the Taishaman will definitely tear your body into 1,000 pieces. Do you think that at this time the Taishaman will still care about you?" A contemptuous smile appeared on Yang Chen's face, and he cruelly looked at Chu Heng, who was lying on the ground and unable to move. "Who betrayed me?" Chu Heng knew that he had no chance of survival, and finally struggled to ask another question. "Let me die knowing!" "No one betrayed you." Yang Chen's right hand had already waved the ghost head saber, but 2 Chinkuan bags with the Taishaman's insignia appeared in his left hand. "They are just a step ahead of you. Chu Heng, go in peace." Suddenly, seeing the Chinkuan bags of the 2 Jindan stage masters that he had seen before, Chu Heng was shocked again, but Yang Chen didn't give him any more time. He waved his arm high and chopped down with the saber. Chu Heng only felt that he was suddenly flying high, but the world was getting farther and farther away from him, and it was getting darker and darker. Chapter 225. The array arranged by the Taishaman in the barren sand valley was once again discovered because of accidental factors. A Yuanying stage master of the 5 Elements sect and several guests who came to mediate were suddenly attacked by the array from the ground. In the barren sand valley, the guests of the 5 Elements sect were attacked. This blatant provocation was simply a challenge to the authority of the entire 5 Elements sect. Suddenly, the angry Yuanying stage ancestor directly smashed all the arrays, and 2 Taishaman's Jedon stage masters were killed. At the same time, a junior in the foundation stage was killed, but he was not a disciple of the Taishaman. The corpses were found at the scene, and the array was destroyed. No one knew why the 2 Jedon stage masters would attack the Yuanying stage master of the 5 Elements sect at this time. The identity of the foundation stage junior who was killed was also a mystery, but one thing was known to everyone. The Taishaman were in big trouble this time. Not only was it troublesome, but it was a life-threatening trouble. During this time, the Taishaman and the 5 Elements sect had been restrained a lot. Under the situation of several major sects intervening to mediate, Everyone had the intention of shaking hands, and the conditions were about to be negotiated. Now that such a thing happened, the previous mediation was wasted. This was not the kind of thing that could be pushed aside and said that there was insufficient evidence. The people who were attacked belonged to several sects, and 2 of them were allies of the Taishamen. The evidence of the attack launched on the ground was conclusive, and there was no possibility of shirking. On the leaked map of the Taishamen, this was a natural offensive array. However, although everyone knew the map, they were still unclear about some of the internal controls. Except for the Taishamen, it was impossible for others to control the array so well, and it was impossible to push the blame to others. There were only 3 suspects here: 2 Taishamen's Jedon stage masters and a junior in the Foundation stage who did not know the sect. Anyway, it was not the Taishamen's people, it was the junior. The problem was, would the Taishamen hand over the control of the formation to a junior from another sect? The 2 major sects resumed their state of mutual hostility, and the situation could be triggered at any moment. This time, whether it was those who mediated or the disciples of the 2 major sects, and even many disciples of Taishamen, they all hated the 2 Jedon stage masters who acted arbitrarily. To the 5 Element sect, this was an unprecedented humiliation. The Taishamen had been planning in their own territory for hundreds of years in order to obtain the 5th Earth true essence here. Not only that, after being discovered, he even attacked the Yuanying stage ancestors of the 5 Elements sect when several major sects were mediating. This was no longer a provocation, but a direct slap in the face with a bloody hand. The 5 Elements sect was not the only one who was slapped in the face. At the same time, the few great sects that had come forward to mediate were also included. The Taishamen clearly did not give face to everyone. Several sects were still enthusiastic for fear that the internal strife between the 2 sects would allow the demonic sects to take advantage of it. It was unexpected that the Taishamen, who had always been known as the righteous masters, would do such a thing. Just this move directly pushed the several major sects that mediated to the side of the 5 Element sect. The 2 allies of the Taishamen also stood on the side of the 5 Element sect because their disciples were attacked. The masters of several sects also received the news and quickly rushed to the barren Sand Valley. There was a posture of uprooting the power of the Taishamen in the barren Sand Valley if there was a disagreement. Even the Taishamen's own territory could not be calm. The person in charge of the Taishamen here did not dare to neglect and hurried to the scene. Without saying anything, he first apologized to appease everyone's emotions and then asked the truth of the matter. The master of the Taishamen also did not care about the dignity of the master. Upon receiving the news, he immediately rushed to the barren Sand Valley. This time, if it was not handled well for the Taishamen, although it would not be exterminated, it would definitely become the enemy of most of the cultivation world. The body of the unknown junior in the Foundation establishment stage had been recognized. It turned out to be Chu Hung, the traitor who had been hiding in the barren Sand Valley in Chunyang Palace. His body was chopped into several sections by the angry Yuanying stage ancestor. Fortunately, his face could still be clearly identified. Many people in the Taishamen knew Chu Hung. At this time, who would hide Chu Hang's identity for a traitor of Chunyang Palace? If it was only Chu Hang's identity, it would not be a big deal. But this place was the place where Chu Hung defeated the 4 disciples of the law enforcement hall of Chunyang Palace. Thinking of the formation that attacked the Yuanying stage ancestor of the 5 Elements sect before, everyone suddenly understood that it was with the help of this formation that Chu Hung could defeat the 4 disciples of the law enforcement hall of Chunyang Palace, a water elementalist disciple. The truth was revealed not because the disciples of the law enforcement hall of Chunyang Palace were not strong enough, but because Chu Hung, the traitor, had the help of external forces, and it was the help of a powerful sect. In this case, the defeat was not a shame. On the contrary, the Taishamen shielded Chu Hung, a traitor, which made people look down on them from the bottom of their hearts. As soon as Chu Hang's identity was exposed, the Taishamen finally had a way out. The mastermind of the attack on the 5 Elements sect and several mediating guests immediately became Chu Hung. although it was extremely wrong to shield the traitor of Chunying Palace, and even needed to bow to Chunying Palace again, compared with offending a second-rate sect like Chunying Palace and offending several major sects led by the Five-Element sect. The master of the Taishaman was still able to distinguish the stakes. With this premise, the next story was easy to make up. Because Chu Heng and a disciple of the Taishaman were on good terms, when Chu Heng was chased by Chunying Palace, the Taishaman took Chu Heng in. Unexpectedly, Chu Heng, the traitor, had the ambition of a wolf. He deceived the disciple, who was on good terms with the Taishaman. After gaining the trust of the disciple, he mastered the method of controlling the formation, defeated the disciples of the law enforcement hall of Chunying Palace, and even controlled the formation to attack the Yuanying stage ancestor of the Five Elements sect at this time. As for why the two Jidon stage masters did not stop a little Foundation establishment stage junior, there might be more explanations for this. But it was nothing more than being deceived by Chu Heng, the negligence of the Jidon masters, and a series of other reasons that brought about this tragedy. And the two Jidon masters also paid the price for this, their lives. It seemed that, to all parties, this was the most acceptable explanation, and at the same time it was also the explanation with the lowest price. Although there were still many doubts in this explanation that could not be explained clearly, it was a way to let everyone have a dignified way out. Under the acquiescence of several major sects, the Taishaman had to give up all the gains in the barren Sand Valley, and at the same time compensate for the losses of all parties. This explanation also became the official explanation recognized by everyone. Chapter 226. From the beginning of the attack, no one noticed that a small viper and a small sand scorpion had also appeared in that place. After the attack, the two seemingly ordinary animals hurriedly buried themselves in the sand and carefully hid their auras. They slowly left the scene and then appeared in a place where no one would notice them. At the edge of the barren Sand Valley, which was hundreds of miles away from that place, Yang Chen was waiting for the two demonic beasts to meet. At this distance, no one would have any relationship with Yang Chen and what happened there. Is everything done? Yang Chen, who was sitting upright, did not look back, but inexplicably said such a sentence. I've always been curious. How did you find us? Viper's voice sounded from behind Yang Chen. Then, the two demonic beasts appeared directly behind Yang Chen. If they were a little further away, Yang Chen would not be able to detect Viper's aura. This had already been shown by Yang Chen when he first came into contact with Viper. However, as long as they were within 2 feet of Yang Chen, no matter how deep Viper's aura was hidden, Yang Chen would still be able to detect his traces. This had always puzzled Viper. There's nothing strange about it. If you were a little closer, you would also be able to detect me. Yang Chen did not explain too clearly. Whether it was to Viper, Sand Scorpion, or anyone else, he would not explain too clearly. Everything that happened next was as Yang Chen had expected. The Taishaman were strenuous and unrewarding, but they had to grit their teeth and swallow the consequences. In addition to compensating the Five-Element sect and other sects for the loss of favors and other aspects, the most important thing was to apologize to Chunying Palace again. If it were an enemy sect of Chunying Palace, it would not be a problem to cover up for Chu Heng, a traitor disciple of Chunying Palace. Since they were enemies, of course, they would unite all the forces that could be united. But the Taishaman couldn't do that. On the surface, the Taishaman were the leaders of the decent sects, and the Chunying Palace was also a member of the decent sections. Not only were the two parties not hostile, but they should be in the same boat. In this case, covering up for the traitorous disciples of Chunying Palace and even attacking the disciples of Law Enforcement Hall of Chunying Palace was blatantly harming their peers. Perhaps the disciples could kill Chu Heng however they wanted in private, as long as they didn't get caught. However, the problem the Taishaman faced now was that if they didn't admit that their disciples were protecting Chu Heng, they would have to admit that they were the ones who attacked the Five Elements sect first. Choosing the lesser of two evils, The Taishamen could only grit their teeth and accept the fact that protecting Chu Hung would be less troublesome. Since he had admitted it in front of the Five Elements sect and several other mediating sects, he had no choice but to explain this matter. Describing the current situation of the Taishamen as trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice was already a relatively small statement. In fact, the Taishamen had suffered a big loss this time. Not to mention the compensation to the Five Elements sect, other sects in Chunyang Palace afterwards, the calculation that they had worked hard for hundreds of years was completely in vain. All the fifth earth true essence was given to the Five Elements sect, plus the death of a Yuanying stage ancestor and the serious injuries of 2 Yuanying stage disciples. This was not counting the damage to their face and reputation. Adding up all these, even the head of the Taishamen, who was about to reach the Deshang stage, could not help but almost vomit blood on the spot. If you want to calculate it, you have to count the internal losses. Who was the one who pulled Chu Hung in? Who was the one who advocated to use Chu Hung to attack the face of Chunyang Palace? Now that this happened, if they pushed all the blame to Chu Hung, these people would inevitably bear the blame of other disciples who didn't know the inside story. This was yet another big mess. When Yang Chen left the barren Sand Valley on foot, everything had been finalized. The traitor disciple of Chunyang Palace, Chu Hung, attacked the people of the Five Elements sect and several other major sections. The Taishamen formally apologized to the Five Elements sect and other major sects for stealing the fifth earth true essence and improper behavior in the Chu Hung incident. The compensation would be sent to the sects in a few days, including the Chunyang Palace where Yang Chen was. The fifth earth true essence that you made was taken by those people. Don't you think it's a pity? The moment he left the barren Sand Valley, Sand Scorpion on Yang Chen's body suddenly asked Yang Chen. Now, Sand Scorpion and Viper could already speak some simple words. This time, they did not communicate with their thoughts, but asked questions. Pity. Yang Chen shook his head. What's there to feel pity about? In this world, this is not the only place that has the fifth earth true essence. I got the share I deserve. What's there to feel pity about? If I really feel pity, I should feel the most pity for the ones that were absorbed by you, right? Both Viper and Sand Scorpion had absorbed the fifth earth true essence, but they were different. They were demonic beasts, so they could instinctively absorb the fifth earth true essence without any cultivation method. They are not like you. They don't have the fifth earth true skill. Even if they have the fifth earth true essence, it will take at least thousands of years to refine it. Let them slowly waste their time. As long as the Taishamen did not get the fifth earth true essence and the Five Elements sect got it, Yang Chen did not really care. Anyway, he would slowly drive a wedge between the Taishamen and the major sects, so that the enemies of the Taishamen would become stronger, which was actually helping him. Yang Chen's open-mindedness seemed to have given Sand Scorpion and Viper more consideration. On the way back to Chunyang Palace, Viper suddenly asked Yang Chen, Yang Chen, if we join your sect, what are the conditions? What are the benefits? Of course there are a lot of benefits. Yang Chen smiled and explained as he hurried, the most obvious one is that if you join our Chunyang Palace, you will have a backer from then on. In the future, if anyone wants to besiege you, they will have to consider the consequences of angering our Chunyang Palace. If you still have the identity of a demonic beast, you will easily be besieged and chased by experts when you go out. This is the disadvantage of individual cultivators, and demonic beasts are even worse. What are the conditions? Viper wanted to get to the bottom of it. Sand Scorpion did not utter a word, but listened quietly. Conditions? Basically, there are no conditions for you nascent soul experts, but there is one thing: you have to abide by the sect rules, that's all. Yang Chen smiled. That is, you can't kill people casually, and you can't do this or that, right? Viper did not seem to be so impatient, but at this moment his tone was very anxious. Kill people? A smile appeared on Yang Chen's face again. Do you think I have killed a lot of people? The key is how you kill them, and you can't let others have something on you. Especially you. You have to be more careful because of your identity as a demonic beast. Don't let others see you as a target to eliminate evil and defend justice. Chapter 227. Ignoring everything else, Yang Chen had killed at least 7 or 8 of them in the desolate Sand Valley alone. There were a few earth elemental beasts, 2 golden core cultivators, and Chu Hung. None of this was hidden from the 2 demon beasts. Upon hearing Yang Chen's answer and recalling Yang Chen's actions, the 2 demon beasts seemed to understand something and did not dwell on the issue. On the matter of killing people, Yang Chen absolutely did not say anything false. However, Yang Chen's previous words made the 2 demon beasts slowly ponder. As demon beasts who had been in the desolate Sand Valley for many years, they knew better than anyone else what attitude human cultivators had towards them. If not for the fact that they were used as targets to hone their experts in the desolate Sand Valley, they would have long been surrounded and killed. If they joined a sect, they would not have such worries. Yang Chen had already made this very clear. It was precisely because of this that the 2 demon beasts began to consider joining a sect. Of course, the recent events in the desolate Sand Valley had left a deep impression on them. Once the Taishamin and 5 Elements sect took action, almost all the sect's forces were mobilized. No matter what the people in front did, the people behind would come forward to help without saying a word. This was something that could not be seen among demon beasts. Demon beasts like to cultivate alone, so it was easy for them to become targets for cultivators. Powerful demonic beasts would only appear in places that were rarely visited by humans. This was also the sorrow of demon beasts. In the world of demon beasts, it was rare to have such a concept of cooperation. Even Viper and Sand Scorpion had been fighting for territory from the beginning until now. If not for Yang Chen's appearance, the 2 demon beasts would not have been as harmonious as they were now. The Chunyang Palace sect doesn't seem to be as powerful as the Taishamin's 5 Element sect, right? Sand Scorpion suddenly said, "Shouldn't we find a sect with a stronger backer?" "You're smart." Yang Chen spoke to the 2 monstrous beasts in a somewhat impolite manner. Although the 2 monstrous beasts were much higher than Yang Chen in terms of both age and cultivation, Yang Chen had never shown such a respectful attitude towards them. After praising them, Yang Chen shook his head again. "Look at the 5 Elements sect and the Taishamin. Do you think they can accept you?" In fact, there was no need for Yang Chen to say this. The 2 monster beasts could already tell from the attitude of the cultivators in the barren Sand Valley towards them. "Then how can you guarantee that Chunyang Palace will accept us?" Viper asked in a coherent manner. "I can't guarantee anything." Yang Chen did not lie to the 2 demonic beasts on this issue, but immediately followed up with an explanation. "But at least you have me to introduce you, so your chances are better than headless flies, right? It's better than being killed by a few powerful secluded elders as soon as you enter someone else's mountain gate." "Does the pure Yang Palace have the cultivation method of the monster race?" Viper asked again. He was very envious of the various cultivation methods that human cultivators had, while they, the demonic beasts, could only bitterly cultivate based on their own instincts, which was time-consuming and laborious. Perhaps this was another important reason why Viper wanted to join a sect. "For the time being, there isn't." Yang Chen shook his head and replied, "However, as far as I know, there are some common methods in the field of refining formations. You can also try alchemy. Moreover, demonic beasts have many times more advantages than humans when it comes to certain transformation techniques. If you join us with some of the things I know, you might be able to pioneer demonic beast cultivation." Viper and Sand Scorpion seemed to be a little excited. They did not doubt the authenticity of Yang Chen's words at all. After all, for so many years, only Yang Chen could communicate with them. Moreover, it was not a third-rate beast-taming spell, which was used to forcibly destroy the will of Yang Chen and then establish communication after being captured. This was sufficient to show that Yang Chen was a good person. "We don't care about reputation or anything." Viper stated his purpose as soon as he opened his mouth. I'm just interested in the refining techniques that you mentioned. Fine, I'll go with you and try my luck. Sand Scorpion did not say anything, but he did not leave, which explained a lot. Yang Chen took the two monsters. After leaving the desolate valley for 2 days, he flew on his sword, and it only took a short 10 days to return to the Pure Yang Palace. At this time, the news from the barren Sand Valley had been completely transmitted to Chunyang Palace. Because Chu Hung had been executed, no matter who killed him, the traitor had been executed. Moreover, the greatest heaven sect had already confessed their mistakes. All the people in the Pure Yang Palace had a feeling of pride, and there was no longer the humiliation of going out. When Yang Chen returned to Scorching Sun Courtyard, his master Gaoyu had just finished her closed-door training. Seeing Yang Chen, Gaoyu was very happy. Because of Yang Chen's consultation, with several questions, Gaoyu had a new understanding of her own cultivation. She had been in closed-door training these days, and now she had made progress. However, this kind of progress was not so happy for Yang Chen. Gaoyu had a full acquired water spiritual root, but now Yang Chen did not have the opportunity or reason to make Gaoyu believe his words. The higher her realm of fire cultivation, it also meant that she had to overcome more difficulties when she changed her water cultivation method in the future. However, Yang Chen could only watch Gaoyu's cultivation increase, and it was still under his influence. This contradictory mood made Yang Chen do not know what to do. Perhaps he could only let Gaoyu improve her cultivation first, so that at least she would be safer. How are you in the barren Sand Valley? I heard that it's very lively there. After greeting Gaoyu, Gaoyu asked about Yang Chen's situation in the barren Sand Valley. Because Chu Hung was solved, Gaoyu was also happy for Yang Chen and also happy for Chunyang Palace. She didn't know why, but it seemed that Yang Chen did not solve it himself, which made Gaoyu feel a little regret. This regret was deeply hidden, but it was seen by Yang Chen at a glance. Master. Yang Chen didn't want to say this thing several times, so he directly asked Gaoyu, "Can you invite the head of the palace and the master ancestor to come together? This disciple will report the things in the barren Sand Valley one by one." Is this necessary? Gaoyu was very puzzled why Yang Chen would make such a big fanfare, and even asked the head of the palace to come forward. But the last time Yang Chen took out the heaven-seizing pill was still fresh in his memory. Gaoyu instinctively felt that this time something big must have happened. Just inform the head of the palace and the master ancestor. Other people must not let them know. Yang Chen once again told Gaoyu. Seeing that Yang Chen was so serious, this time Gaoyu did not say anything, and immediately invited Wang Yong and the head of the palace according to Yang Chen's request. Chapter 228. What is this? Looking at the few things that Yang Chen put on the table, the head of the palace and Wang Yong frowned. Even Gaoyu was equally confused, looking at the 3 flying swords. She cast a doubtful look at Yang Chen. Reporting to the palace master ancestor. Yang Chen replied respectfully, "This is the flying sword of the traitorous disciple Chu Hung, and the flying sword of the 2 Taishimen Jedon masters who were killed on the spot by the predecessors of the 5 Element sect, and some of their Qiankuan bag's logo items." Those logo items were a few pieces of jade slips that Yang Chen obtained from the hands of the 2 unlucky Jedon masters. Among them were the Taishimen's cultivation methods and some personal cultivation experiences. As soon as this answer came out, the head of the palace and Wang Yong were shocked and stood up almost at the same time. Wang Yong didn't even think about it and directly threw a few restrictions outside Gaoyu's room, isolating all the sound, then carefully checked the room and confirmed that there was no place that could leak the sound message. Then he sat down. The head of the palace waved his hand, and the 3 flying swords came into his hands, and he began to examine them carefully. After a long while, he handed all 3 flying swords to Wang Yong and sat back, but his eyes could not hide the surprise. The few pieces of jade slips were also picked up by him and glanced at them a few times, and immediately identified the authenticity. This is the technique of the Taishaman. This one is indeed the technique of Liang Xiaoming. Wang Yong took the flying sword and nodded. After seeing the jade slips that Yang Qin brought back, there was no doubt. Gao Yu on the side had already opened her mouth wide, and she couldn't believe that this was true. In fact, not only Gao Yu, but even Wang Yong and the head of the palace had the same shock, but they did not express it as thoroughly as Gao Yu. The news of what happened in the barren Sand Valley had been passed back to Chunying Palace. An ancestor in the Yuanying realm of the 5 Elements sect killed Chu Heng and the 2 Taishamans Jindan. There was no concealment about this, but the question was, how did Yang Qin get these things? What's going on here? Palace Master Zhang, Zhao's fingers gently tapped on the armrest of the chair and then asked. The 3 pairs of eyes immediately focused on Yang Qin, waiting for his answer. Yang Qin stood in front of the 3 people and began to report his experience in the desolate valley without any hurry. However, he found that the part of the map had been tampered with. Viper and Sand Scorpion, the 2 local nascent soul stage cultivators, noticed the anomaly. After discovering the array diagram, things were logical. The array diagram was modified, and then with the help of 2 powerful monsters, the Jedon stage was killed, Chu Heng was eliminated, and the Greatest Heaven sect was framed. The 3 people on the opposite side were shocked and abnormal. Who could think that Yang Qin, a disciple of the Foundation stage, dared to be so bold that he could easily play with the 2 big sects in the palm of his hand? Who could think that Yang Qin alone completed the task that hundreds of people in the law enforcement hall could not complete? This. Wang Yong heard that his capable grand disciple was so capable, and for a while there were only 3 words left in a row, and he could not say anything else. Gao Yu finally understood why Yang Qin only asked the head of the palace and Wang Yong to come over. If these things were known to others, such as Liang Xiaoming, who had a close relationship with the Taishaman, he would definitely inform the Taishaman, who knew that this time Chu Heng got the news of the law enforcement hall dealing with him in advance. Was it related to Liang Xiaoming? It was just that Yang Chen's experience was too mysterious and too risky. If there were not a few things on the table to prove it, no one could believe that what he said was true. Good. The head of the palace looked at Yang Qin, but he had a different attitude. Such a brave and resourceful disciple who could find a solution at a critical moment deserved his praise. Yang Chen's move not only let Chu Heng get the punishment he deserved, but also let the Taishaman who shielded Chu Heng pay the price, while avenging the hatred of the disciples of the law enforcement hall of Chunying Palace. He also swept away the injustice of the Chunying Palace and made the sect proud. Originally, Chunying Palace still felt a little bit useless. Their own affairs still relied on the help of the people of the 5 Elements sect. Now it seemed that it was still the credit of their own disciple. How could it not let the head of the palace be happy? The attitude of the head of the palace also affected Wang Yong. Originally, Wang Yong was worried that the head of the palace would punish Yang Qin for being so bold. Now that the word good came out, he no longer worried and laughed happily. His own disciple's hard work was clearly his own face. Gao Yu was also very happy. The disciple's hard work was the master's face. She did not expect that after Yang Chen's anger in front of her, he went out and did such a big thing. When she thought that Yang Chen personally cut off Chu Heng's head and avenged Chu Heng's insult to himself, Gao Yu couldn't help but have a kind of joy from the bottom of her heart. If you take these things, won't the people of the 5 Elements sect and the Taishaman find out? In the midst of joy, Gao Yu suddenly found some trouble and hurriedly asked, "Isn't it normal for the Yuanying stage ancestor to destroy a few flying swords?" When Yang Chen took these things, he thought of a way out and opened his mouth. Moreover, even if it was not damaged, there were so many people at the time. Who would have the nerve to investigate who took a few worthless flying swords? Then how did you make a move that the Yuanying stage ancestor couldn't detect? Gao Yu asked again. These doubts, presumably the head of the palace and Wang Yong have already thought about it, but Gao Yu was the most appropriate to ask. Kill them, arrange the scene, and then let the two monsters do it. Yang Chen explained with a smile, their ability to hide their breath is very good. Hiding in the formation. Even the Yuanying stage ancestor did not find them. When the formation is broken, they take advantage of the chaos to escape, and no one can catch them. These doubts must be explained clearly by Yang Qin. Otherwise, the head of the palace and Wang Yong would not be praising him, but doubting him. Yang Chen understood this very well, so he explained very hard. In all the experiences, because there were two monsters in the Yuanying stage, everything was reasonable. All of this, there was only one doubt left. Gao Yu also asked, "How did you get two monsters in the Yuanying stage to agree to cooperate with you?" This disciple accidentally got a transformation secret art suitable for the monster cultivation in the Immortal Falling Abyss. Yang Chen laughed again and showed off his heaven-defying luck to several elders. This cultivation method has been exchanged for the support of the two monster beast seniors. This time they not only helped me do these things, but also followed me back, hoping to join my Chunyang Palace and become my Chunyang Palace disciples. Chapter 229. The news of a small sentence immediately caused the shock of the head of the palace and Wang Yong again. The successive news had already made the two of them somewhat incredulous. Just now, they were still happy that their own disciple dominated everything. Now, there were two Yuanying stage masters who wanted to join the sect. How could such a pie fall from the sky? If the monster joins my sect, will people think that my Chunyang Palace colludes with the monster? Wang Yong was old and prudent and immediately questioned. However, his tone was obviously not denying Yang Qin, but to clear some obstacles for Yang Qin, or to defend something for Yang Qin. The palace master also frowned. If this problem was not solved, it would be a big trouble. Although he and Wang Yong would not care whether Yang Qin relied on two Yuanying stage monsters to do things. Once people knew that Chunyang Palace had colluded with the monster, it would be another uproar. Not to mention anything else, the Taishaman would never let go of such an opportunity to get back some face from Chunyang Palace. Palace Master, my Chunyang Palace is not without the mountain guarding divine beast. One or two of them have coincidentally raised their realm to the Yuanying stage. What can others say? Yang Qin already had a solution and said it directly. The mountain guarding divine beast was not only in Chunyang Palace. Almost every sect had it, and in order to show the strength of the sect, they would generally raise some powerful monsters to support the appearance. However, after all, the monster was a monster. Unless it was raised from an early age, otherwise the monster caught halfway would never be allowed to grow. Yang Chen's statement directly made it possible for the monster to join the sect. Isn't it a good thing that the mountain guarding divine beast raised by my sect has made great progress in cultivation? Is it possible that others dare to reach into the interior of Chunyang Palace and take the sect's mountain guarding divine beast as an example to eliminate the evil? Let alone Chunyang Palace. Even a third-rate sect could not do such a thing. At most, they would be jealous of the good luck of other sections. The palace lord's eyes immediately lit up. In any sect, the addition of two nascent soul-level experts was a major event. Since there was such a solution, wouldn't he be able to take advantage of the situation? Senior brother, if the monster joins my Chunyang Palace, which hall should it be placed in? The palace master turned directly to Wang Yong and asked in a tone of discussion. Wang Yong recently didn't know if it was because of Yang Chen's efforts or other reasons. The whole person broke out with a strong self-confidence. Together with it, his cultivation base also rapidly improved in a short period of 10 days. It was originally very common among the elders, but within a few years he had vaguely entered the top 3 ranks. The authority of the speech was also more and more heavy, and the head of the palace would discuss more with Wang Yong. Except for Yang Chen and Gao Yu, no one knows why Wang Yong has such a change. In fact, Yang Chen has always believed that confidence in oneself is the most important thing in cultivation. whether it is a heart devil or a confusion. The process of cultivation will always affect the mentality of the cultivator and can even make people unable to see the road ahead and then have that kind of worry and even affect the cultivation. Now, Wang Yong had no such obstacles at all. The heaven-seizing pill meant that the day of ascension was imminent. The strong self-confidence made him directly break out the most powerful cultivation will, and his skills advanced by leaps and bounds because of this reason. The palace master asked for advice, and Wang Yong also began to consider. After all, the monster was a monster. No matter which hall he joined, it seemed that there would be some trouble. After thinking about it, there was no good arrangement. After hesitating, he saw that Yang Chen was still standing opposite, so he asked Yang Chen, "What is your suggestion?" Reporting to the palace master, master ancestor, Yang Chen once again replied respectfully, "This disciple thinks that it is not appropriate to join any hall. It is better to let them set up their own hall, called the Hall of Eccentrics, which is mainly based on the transformation secret art and some auxiliary refining alchemy formation techniques. This will not cause the disgust of other halls, and it can also attract more eccentrics to join my sect." Transformation secret art? Hall of Eccentrics? After all, the palace master was the palace master. He immediately found an opportunity from the topic of the transformation secret art and the monster joining the Chunyang Palace. The two monsters were in the Yuanying stage, but they still needed the transformation secret art, which also meant that the transformation secret art had a fatal attraction for those monster masters. If this was the case, wouldn't Chunyang Palace be able to recruit a large number of monster masters with this transformation secret art? If they are not of my race, their hearts must be different. When the palace master was considering it, Wang Yong began to pour cold water on him. It seemed that he must take care of everything, and all aspects were reasonable. Once other sects have a word about this, what should we do? My sect's mountain guardian beast has loyally guarded the mountain gate for thousands of years and finally achieved a positive result. The sect, in order to express its gratitude, specially granted the identity of a disciple of the sect. Such a humane approach is reasonable. Who can say no? Yang Chen faced the doubts of Wang Yong, but it seemed to be rehearsed and spoke with confidence and assurance. What's more, the disciples of my Hall of Eccentrics also abide by the rules and are loyal to their duties. What can others say? But the mountain guardian beast of my sect, not to mention outsiders, even many people in the sect have never seen it. How can we block the mouths of the people? The palace master's consideration was more thorough, and there was a new problem. This disciple has never seen it, but I heard that my sect's secret pavilion is heavily guarded. Except for the palace master, others simply do not know where the secret pavilion is and what guards there are. In the face of the palace master's question, he smiled and asked, "Could it be that these two seniors are the guards who guard the secret pavilion? But once the Hall of Eccentrics is established, wouldn't it slowly absorb other people? Where would my secret pavilion have so many mountain guardian beasts?" The palace master was also smiled by Yang Chen's answer and then asked, "Since the two seniors have worked hard and entered the Hall of Eccentrics, it is natural to find other mountain guardian beasts to guard. What are a few more people?" Yang Chen's face was indifferent, and he could not see that he was facing the palace master and his own master ancestor. But other sects' mountain guardian beast. Why is it not as profound as my sect's? The palace master asked again, looking at Yang Chen's smiling face, and the question was a little joking. My sect has mastered a method that can improve the cultivation of the monsters. It is only given to the mountain guardian beast who guards my sect for a certain period of time to reward them for their hard work. If others know, what can they say? Yang Chen also replied in a joking manner, "This is the secret of my sect. Could it be that there are still people who can force it? If one of the mutants in the Hall of Eccentrics suddenly violates the sect rules, wouldn't the other sects be unwilling to let them go?" Wang Yong chimed in again. Chapter 230. Perhaps this problem was the most worrying. After all, these were all monsters, and their cultivation bases were strong. If they really wanted to violate the sect rules, it would be really troublesome. The palace master had been hesitating about this question, but he did not ask it. The situation of the monsters is difficult, even worse than the rogue cultivators. Yang Qin knew that if there was no reasonable solution to this problem, this matter would be very difficult. He put away his joking face and replied seriously, "There are many benefits to joining the sect, and we will not force them. They will consider the consequences of betrayal. In addition, the monsters also have restrictions similar to the heart demon oath. When they join the sect, they can make a big oath with a time limit or cultivation base." Yang Qin first used the advantages and disadvantages to analyze, then provided a method of restraint, and finally said, "Moreover, even if there are a few disciples who betrayed the sect, so what?" "What do you mean by this?" the palace master asked quickly. "Wasn't this a big problem? Which sect doesn't have a few cultivators who betrayed the sect?" Yang Qin laughed again. "Whoever wants to make things difficult, first ask him if there are any traitors in his own sect. Since there were such things as sect rules, there must be people who violated the sect rules. Otherwise, the sect rules would not make sense at all." As Yang Qin said, which sect didn't have a few disciples who betrayed the sect? Even if there is a mutant in the Chunyang Palace who betrayed the sect, it is just an ordinary trivial matter. Whoever wants to blame, first see if there is shit on their own buttocks. This was simply shameless, but in theory it was impeccable. It just so happened that, although the Chunyang Palace was not a big sect, it was definitely a sect that could speak. As long as there was a place to reason, others could not use these reasonable things to attack the Chunyang Palace. Adding a few Yuanying stage cultivators to strengthen the strength of the Chunyang Palace, in the view of the palace master, this was definitely a worthwhile thing to do. And as long as there was this precedent, with the existence of the two mutants in the future, they would definitely be able to rope in a group of nascent soul-level monsters. As for those demonic beasts of Jindan realm who were willing to come to Chunyang Palace to be the guardian beast, there would be an endless stream of them. In front of the palace master was a great opportunity, but also a great challenge. If he could make it, the strength of Chunyang Palace would grow in just a few decades. If he couldn't, he would stay where he was. "Senior brother," the palace master turned to Wang Yong and discussed, "should we ask the elders to discuss it collectively?" Wang Yong didn't say anything. He just nodded, but his eyes were still fixed on Yang Qin. Seeing that Yang Qin still had something to say, he lifted his chin and gestured for Yang Qin to speak. "Palace Master, Grand Master," Yang Qin cautiously said, "the specific content of the transformation secret art, as well as the specific identity of the two mutants, need to be kept secret. In the sect, there is no shortage of people who are traitors. This transformation secret art can only be passed on by word of mouth. It is best that the Palace Master and Grandmaster do not know, and let the two mutants master it themselves." The meaning of Yang Chen's words was that even the Palace Master could not know the specific content of the transformation secret art, which made the Palace Master feel embarrassed. But after thinking about it, he had to admit that what Yang Chen said made sense. If they could take the lead, that is, they would take the lead in this transformation secret art. Once someone leaked it, wouldn't those big sects be stronger? Of course. The identity of the two mutants must be kept secret. This was a major event involving the struggle between the Five Elements sect and the Taishaman. Once it was known that the culprit was Yang Chen and the two mutants, Chunyang Palace would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. That being the case, the fifth Earth true essence of the two mutants needed a reasonable explanation. The best way was to wait for the Palace Master to come forward and exchange some fifth Earth true essence from the Five Elements sect. Everything would have a suitable reason. Naturally, they are still guarding the secret pavilion. The Palace Master understood this and immediately made a decision. But then he smiled and asked, "Yang Chen, now it's time to let us meet the two future mutants of my sect, right?" Yang Qin smiled and accepted the order, then turned and walked out. Wang Yongjio removed the restrictions one by one, and Yang Qin quickly ran outside the Liang courtyard. After a while, Viper and Sand Scorpion climbed on him and entered Gao Yu's room. After the tempering of the fifth Earth True Essence, the two monsters and now the two mutants could maintain their human form for a few hours. After coming in, they immediately restored their human form and greeted the palace master and Wang Yongjio. Disciple Shikue Xiasha greets the sect master, greets the elders. Shikue and Xiasha were the names given by the two people, but this name made Yang Qin very disdainful. It was almost the reverse of the names of Viper and Sand Scorpion. It was just a word, it was really not a standard. As soon as the two turned into human form, they immediately shocked the palace master and Wang Yong. With their cultivation base, they couldn't even feel the strong aura of the two people at first. They only thought that they were two ordinary Viper and Sand Scorpion, not even monster beasts. No wonder they could easily play tricks under the eyes of the Yuanying stage masters of the Five Elements sect. It turned out that they really had such means. In this way, it saved a lot of trouble. At least during the time when they could not be made public, no one would find any clues. At most, they would think that they were two ordinary people. In this way, the two of you will follow me first and pretend to be the mountain guardian beast for a period of time. The palace master also had the intention to understand the two people. After exchanging a look with Wang Yong, he directly ordered, "Yes, palace master." Yang Qin had already set a lot of rules on the road. This time the two were really good. Even after agreeing, they directly began to swear that before the Deshang stage ascension, they would never violate the rules of the Chunying Palace and would not do anything that would harm the interests of the Chunying Palace. As soon as they came up, they expressed their intentions, which made the palace master very satisfied. "Yang Qin, what kind of reward do you want for doing these things?" After settling the two mutants, the palace master began to reward according to the merits. This time, "You have wronged you. You can't praise me verbally. You can only reward me secretly. If you want something, just say it." Here, Yang Chen had not yet spoken, but a purple brilliance flew directly from the mountain gate to the palace master. Purple brilliance. This was the signal that the mountain gate would only send after the arrival of a big shot. Wang Yong immediately removed the restriction and let the brilliance come in and flew to the hands of the palace master. After taking the brilliance and scanning it with his spiritual awareness, the palace master immediately showed a surprised look. Suddenly, he issued an order to the entire Chunying Palace. "The guests have arrived. All disciples, line up to greet them." After issuing the order, he looked at Yang Qin and slowly said, "Elder Wu Xiong is here to visit the mountain." Chapter 231. Needless to ask, everyone knew that Elder Wu Xiong was here to give face to someone. Except for Yang Qin, it was estimated that there was no one in the entire Chunying Palace who could make Elder Wu Xiong look at them. Looking at this, there was no need to ask. It must be a courtesy visit by Elder Wu Xiong before his ascension. Originally, with the status of Chunying Palace, it was not enough for Elder Wu Xiong's favor, but now there was Yang Qin. Everything was completely different. Chunying Palace opened the mountain gate, and all the disciples in Chunying Palace were all lined up in splendid costumes. The long greeting line was directly connected from the mountain gate to the main hall of Chunying Palace. The head of the palace and the elders went directly out of the mountain gate. After saluting Elder Wu Xiong with the etiquette of the younger generation, they respectfully welcomed Elder Wu Xiong to the main hall of Chunying Palace and invited him to sit down. Although Wu Xiong was a rogue cultivator, his seniority was extremely high, and in terms of cultivation, he could now ascend at any time. He was also the first person in the mortal world. In addition, he had been in the immortal fallen abyss for many years. Almost all the disciples of various sects had been taken care of by him. His reputation was so great that it had reached the apex in the mortal world. Chunying Palace could welcome Wu Xiong's visit Strictly speaking, it was really a feeling of honor. Just this visit by Wu Xiong was enough to raise the level of Chunying Palace by half a grade, from a second-rate sect to a quasi-first-class sect. Almost everyone knew who Wu Xiong was here for, but it did not prevent the disciples of Chunying Palace from looking at Elder Wu Xiong with that kind of reverence, and at the same time, they stared at Yang Chen with a kind of envious gaze. Of course, on this occasion in the main hall, Yang Chen's identity could not go in, so he could only follow Gao Yu from a distance. But Yang Chen also knew that Wu Xiong would definitely see him alone, so he was not in a hurry at all. On the contrary, his master Gao Yu was nervous and excited to see her idol, completely unlike the calmness in Yang Chen's memory. Perhaps the current her had yet to shoulder those responsibilities and had yet to experience the painful process of maturity. Yang Chen would rather see his master be this innocent, not having to consider any of the darkness in this world. All the responsibilities would be shouldered by Yang Chen himself. However, Yang Chen also knew that this wasn't realistic. If he didn't experience some things, he would never be able to understand the difficulty of the great Tao, and he wouldn't be able to increase his cultivation level. Yang Chen could only try his best to let his master experience as little danger as possible. This was the only thing he could do. Sure enough, after a very formal high-level meeting, Wu Xiong naturally requested to see Yang Chen. Everyone in Chunying Palace knew who brought the honor of visiting Elder Wu Xiong before his ascension. How could anyone obstruct this kind of thing? Who would offend Elder Wu Xiong, the head of the palace, and a lot of elders? It was originally a private meeting, but Yang Chen wanted his master to face more such scenes. As a result, it eventually became a meeting between Wu Xiong and Yang Chen, but there were 3 more guests. These 3 were naturally the head of the palace, Wang Yong and Gao Yu, who were discussing important matters in Gao Yu's room before Wu Xiong came. However, the scene of the meeting was changed to the reception room of Yang Chen in the Liang courtyard. "The 2 outside, are they your friends?" Unexpectedly, the first sentence that Elder Wu Xiong said after entering Yang Chen's room and sitting down was this sentence. The 2 outside were, of course, Shikuei and Xiesha. Even if they looked like 2 ordinary vipers and scorpions in the eyes of the head of the palace and Wang Yong, Wu Xiong still saw their true strength at a glance. He was about to ascend, and he had already tried the wind tribulation. Wu Xiong's eyesight did not know how many times better than ordinary cultivators. Wu Xiong said it easily. It seemed that it was very normal for Yang Chen to be able to make friends with 2 Yuanying stage monsters. During this time, Wu Xiong had more understanding of the heavenly law, and he also benefited a lot from the conversation with Yang Chen, so he did not feel that this was strange at all. Since Yang Chen could make friends with him, a master of the Deshang stage, then it was normal for him to make friends with 2 Yuanying stage monsters. It is a friend that this younger generation junior has just met. Yang Chen did not hide from Wu Xiong, and even to the head of the palace and Wang Yong, he said that Chunying Palace planned to set up a hall of eccentrics, hoping to hear Wu Xiong's opinion. What's the big deal? Wu Xiong listened to the cause and effect and waved his hand to be able to restrain these monster masters. How many people want to do it? Who objects? I support it. With Wu Xiong's words, the head of the palace and Wang Yong were even more determined. They had already considered it thoroughly, and now, with Wu Xiong's support, there was no problem. Next, Yang Chen introduced Master Gao Yu and Master Ancestor Wang Yong to Wu Xiong. Wu Xiong's attitude towards the 2 was also very serious, and he did not underestimate them because of their cultivation base. Especially to Gao Yu, he was very solemn. "Fellow Taoist Gao, you are blessed." Wu Xiong even said this directly to Gao Yu. However, accepting little friend Yang as a disciple, fellow Taoist Gao will have to be a lot more afraid. These joking and complimentary words directly made Gao Yu almost jump with joy. Finally, she restrained herself and did not lose her composure on the spot. On Helian Yun's side, I have found the fire seed of the lunar true fire, which is opposite to his previous fire seed. It will take him at least 100 years to be able to refine and absorb it Facing Yang Chen again, Wu Xiong gave him such news. Presumably, it was to remind Yang Chen to pay attention to Helian Yun's counterattack after recovering. Yang Chen did not care about this. In 100 years, it was impossible for Helian Yun to absorb and refine the lunar true fire, which had a completely different attribute from the sun true fire. Yang Chen was well aware of Helian Yun's cultivation base, and his control and understanding of flames were also very limited. 100 years was definitely overestimating him. This time I happened to be in trouble with the 5 Elements sect and the Taishamin, and this old man also mediated. After Wu Xiong finished talking about Helian Yun, he turned to the incident in the barren sand valley. They gave me a bottle of 5th Earth True Essence, and I remembered that your 5 Elements spiritual power seemed to be not weak, so I was planning to give it to you. But now it seems that it is not necessary. Wu Xiong's eyesight was sharp, and after staying face to face with Yang Chen for a while, he immediately noticed the changes in Yang Chen's body. Driven by the 5th Earth True Secret Art, the 5th Earth True Essence had now become the purest and most original spiritual power among the 5 elements of Yang Chen's spiritual power. Wu Xiong saw through this at a glance. Don't. Yang Chen was worried about where to get some 5th Earth True Essence so that Shi Kuei and Xia Sha could appear openly. Now that Wu Xiong had a bottle, how could he miss this opportunity? He hurriedly stretched out his hand. It's useful. It's useful. It's very necessary. Chapter 232. In that case, shouldn't little friend Yang explain what is going on in the barren Sand Valley this time? Wu Xiong smiled and reached out and threw over the jade bottle containing the 5th Earth True Essence. If others didn't know, they would definitely think that Wu Xiong just threw over a bottle of insignificant things. Looking at the way he threw it out casually and the way Yang Chen asked for it, the hearts of the palace master, Wang Yong and Gao Yu almost hung in their throats. Yang Chen and Wu Xiong actually spoke in such a tone, which directly scared the 3 onlookers. The 3 were afraid that Yang Chen would anger Wu Xiong because of this. This kind of impudence could offend people at any time. However, they did not expect that Wu Xiong did not care about this at all, but kept staring at Yang Chen with a smile, until he put away the jade bottle engraved with a raise, and then said, "This is your doing, right?" This sentence made the 3 people next to him have goosebumps. Wu Xiong actually saw that it was Yang Chen's doing. Didn't this mean that Chunyang Palace would suffer a disaster? It's not a big deal. The Taishamin secretly shielded my Chunyang Palace's traitor disciple, Chu Heng. This Chu Heng also wanted to kill me before. Of course, I can't let them live well. Yang Chen answered in a big way, not caring about the almost horrified expressions of the 3 people next to him. He calmly said, "I don't like them." "So you let them suffer a huge loss for this?" Wu Xiong asked with a frown. "Shielding Chu Heng, seriously injuring 4 of my sect's law enforcement hall disciples, and sending them back to the sect with great fanfare. He shamed my Chunying Palace, and I naturally can't let his reputation be undamaged." Yang Chen didn't care much at all. He believed that Wu Xiong was not the kind of person who would sell his friends for glory. What's more, what was more honorable than his identity that was worth pleasing? They suppressed my Chunying Palace, and I let their hundreds of years of arrangements fall short. They injured 4 of my law enforcement hall's disciples, so I made them lose 1 nascent soul and 2 golden core realm cultivators. I also eliminated my traitors along the way. As Yang Chen spoke, he laughed. He looked at Elder Wu Xiong and asked, "Since they did it, I'll do it back. There's nothing wrong with that, right?" After Yang Chen said these words, there was a dead silence. The head of the palace and Wang Yonggao did not dare to make a sound, but Wu Xiong stared at Yang Chen, as if to see the most real thoughts in his heart. This kid is ruthless enough. After a long silence, Wu Xiong's face suddenly burst into a smile, and he gave a thumbs up to Yang Chen. "No wonder you are still doing well until now. When I was young, I didn't have such courage and ruthlessness as you." When Wu Xiong opened his mouth, the head of the palace and Wang Yonggao who were listening to the two people, were relieved. At this time, the three people found that their legs were actually soft. Even the two Yuanying stage masters, the head of the palace and Wang Yong, were scared by the boldness of Yang Qin and broke into a cold sweat. There was no way around it. Wu Xiong's strength was at the peak of the Deshang stage. If he went crazy, it would definitely be a nightmare for the Chunyang Palace. Why don't you tell me in detail how you did it? Wu Xiong had already understood the cause and effect when he mediated, but there was no way to determine the details. It was not easy to catch the culprit Yang Qin. Naturally, he had to ask clearly, "Even Elder Wu, you don't understand?" Yang Chen suddenly turned his eyes and asked with a smile, "If this younger generation junior says it, what are the benefits?" Chapter 233. As soon as Yang Chen's words came out, it immediately caused the three next to him to be nervous. How could such a tone be directed at Elder Wu Xiong? Elder Wu was willing to listen to your explanation. It was already a great fortune. But he still wanted to bargain? Even if all the people in the Pure Yang Palace were counted, if Elder Wu was ambiguous or not, it was still an unknown number. Wu Xiong's face was also formal. His eyes were sharp, and he stared at Yang Chen. A silent aura appeared directly and enveloped Yang Chen's entire body. Even if they were standing next to him, they were just affected. The head of the palace and Wang Yonggao, you still felt a chill. The pressure released by the master of the peak Deshang stage. Even if it was them, they also felt fear. "Senior, please be merciful." Gao, you didn't know what she was thinking. At this juncture, she still had the courage to shout, but she didn't even realize that her voice was trembling. Although the head of the palace and Wang Yong heard it, they were anxious and helpless. However, the faces of the two were also overflowing with anxiety. But because of Wu Xiong's strong pressure and their identity, they did not say anything. At this moment, if the words were to be spoken, especially by the head of the palace, it meant that the dust had fallen to the ground, and they could only turn hostile. What surprised everyone was that Yang Qin, who was under the pressure of Wu Xiong, seemed to feel nothing at all. He still had the expression of a grin, and there was not even a sweat on his face. As for the trembling, it was something that had never happened before. The opposite Wu Xiong, who had already shown his power slightly, in the eyes of Yang Qin, seemed to be a serious elder. He still had to act shamelessly. "Senior, don't get angry if you don't give a reward." In one sentence, while awakening everyone, the three elders of the sect secretly cried bitterly in their hearts. "Good. I'd like to hear it. What do you have to say that is worthy of me giving you a reward?" Wu Xiong seemed to be so angry that he laughed. "Ha ha ha," he nodded to the head of the palace and Wang Yonggao. "The three of you, please step aside a little. I would like to see what flowers he can say." "Senior, Yang Chen is just being mischievous for a while." Gao Yu saw Wu Xiong's appearance and immediately panicked in her heart. She couldn't care less about her fear and couldn't help but plead again. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't argue with a junior." With a wave of Wu Xiong's hand, the three of them could no longer say a word. Their bodies were involuntarily carried out of the door. The door was closed from the inside, and a powerful restriction immediately sealed up Yang Chen's room. The head of the palace and Wang Yonggao looked at each other, but their hearts were filled with infinite worries. Just now, Wu Xiong had casually waved his hand, and the three of them could not resist at all. This kind of almighty power simply made the three of them despair. "Well, there is no one here. If you have anything to say, just say it." After Wu Xiong waved his hand and put down the restriction, he changed his previous majesty and became easygoing. He just heard some hints from Yang Chen's words, so he made such an arrangement. However, Wu Xiong was really surprised that Yang Chen could resist his coercion face to face. Even the masters of the Yuanying stage in the mortal world. In the face of Wu Xiong's full display of coercion, it was impossible to be so indifferent. Just now, Yang Chen had unloaded Wu Xiong's gradually strengthened coercion with ease. How could this not surprise Wu Xiong? "Your master is good. She knows to protect her apprentice at the critical moment. She has vision. Wu Xiong was surprised, but he did not forget to praise Gao Yu. Although Gao Yu also faced pressure just now, she did not think of giving up her apprentice, which was really rare. That is, don't you see whose master it is? Yang Chen was immediately proud, and his tail was directly raised to the sky. Let's get down to business. Wu Xiong couldn't bear to see Yang Chen so proud and directly interrupted his arrogance and let him get to the point immediately. Elder brother, the ascension is imminent. There are some words I have to say. Yang Chen nodded and went directly to the chair on the left side of Yang Chen and sat down. He explained, "At the beginning, we didn't know each other well. It's not easy to talk about it, but if you don't say it now, there will be no chance in the future. You say it, I'm listening." Wu Xiong nodded slightly. He and Yang Chen hit it off, but it was only a friendship at the beginning of refining the heaven-seizing pill. On the contrary, after being separated from Yang Chen, he realized a lot from the conversation with Yang Chen, and he began to pay attention to Yang Chen, the younger generation. Elder brother, after ascension, if you meet people with this symbol, don't offend them if you can. Be on good terms with them. There are benefits. As he spoke, Yang Chen showed the merit ring on his finger. In fact, the merit ring on Yang Chen's finger at the moment was just a tattoo. It was not in the shape of a ring, but the shape and pattern were very unique. What is this? Wu Xiong's eyes widened, and he carefully looked at the pattern on Yang Chen's finger, and he couldn't help but be surprised. He couldn't feel how this pattern appeared at all. With his cultivation, even if Yang Chen took something out of the Qinkuan bag, he could also find it, but he couldn't find how the merit ring appeared. This is the symbol of the people above. Yang Chen would not say it so thoroughly, but he just reminded him. Anyway, Wu Xiong's ascension was imminent, and he was a rogue cultivator. At most, he had some servants. Those people must have already been arranged, and there would be no other worries. Yang Chen didn't mind letting him know. Listening to Yang Chen's words, Wu Xiong's face was a little shocked, and he couldn't help but stretch out his hand and pointed to the sky. Above? Yes. Yang Chen nodded, and tacitly did not say the name, but he admitted Wu Xiong's guess. When he looked at Yang Chen again, Wu Xiong's eyes were full of shock, and at the same time, there was some realization. No wonder Yang Chen didn't care about his pressure at all. No wonder Yang Chen could understand how to deal with the heaven-seizing pill in the end. No wonder Yang Chen could do so many shocking things. It turned out that he had such a famous identity. However, don't get too close. There may be some unnecessary trouble in the future. Yang Chen reminded again he was afraid that Wu Xiong was too close to those people, and if he took action, it would be difficult for Wu Xiong to be caught in the middle. Wu Xiong could only nod with a face full of anticipation. To be able to learn about some things in the spiritual realm before ascending was simply a great opportunity that one could not even beg for. If Wu Xiong were to give up on such an opportunity, he would not be Wu Xiong. I know, Wu Xiong answered, but he was like a child listening to his parents' teachings. Chapter 234. There are some things up there. It's not good for you to know too much. Yang Chen certainly knew what Wu Xiong wanted to know, but he wouldn't say too much. A gentle reminder was enough. However, when you first go up, don't be too arrogant. Keep a low profile. It's not shameful to be a junior. Wu Xiong just nodded. He was mentally prepared for this. The people in the spiritual world ascended. If someone went up first, he must be a senior. Although he was used to being an elder in the mortal world, it was definitely not worth mentioning in the spiritual world. It was necessary to keep a low profile for a while. Of course, Wu Xiong was not without confidence. He thought that he could fight his way out after crossing the tribulation with his strong strength, but this kind of thing was obviously not so easy. Yang Chen said it so formally, coupled with Yang Chen's identity. Wu Xiong did not dare to be careless. Your sky-soaring shuttle needs to be integrated with a suitable cave house to improve the realm, and there is such a suitable place. Yang Chen had told Wu Xiong about the drawbacks of the sky-soaring shuttle before, But if he wanted to integrate the sky-soaring shuttle with a cave house in the mortal world, the resources consumed were simply unimaginable. It could only be done in the spiritual world. In Yang Chen's mind, there are several cave houses left by the guys, which were enough for him to occupy. Wu Xiong's favor, he could easily give it away. Moreover, after Wu Xiong accepted the favor, he would be regarded as Yang Chen's forerunner in the spiritual world. At that time, there would be a place to rely on. This kind of investment in the future, no one would be more proficient than Yang Chen. The location of the cave house is... He told Wu Xiong the location of the cave house. After confirming that Wu Xiong had remembered it, he clapped his hands. After going up, integrate this cave house first, and then you'll have the capital to stand out. If you want to cultivate, there is a place to cultivate. If you want to escape, there is a magic weapon to escape. If you are a little arrogant, you will not be afraid. Little brother... Wu Xiong suddenly felt a little dry in his throat, and he didn't know what to say. He wanted to ask about Yang Chen's identity, but he could only say a little brother. He couldn't ask a word after that. You might be able to guess my identity when you get up there. Yang Chen smiled and waved his hand, but he did not explain to Wu Xiong. In any case, Wu Xiong would be able to obtain a lot of information after ascending, but Yang Chen did not want to tell Wu Xiong everything at this time. Words cannot express my gratitude. Little brother, please accept my bow. Wu Xiong was also an ambitious person who could take it easy and let it go. He did not question further and directly cupped his hands at Yang Chen. Yang Chen hurriedly refused, but he could not resist Wu Xiong's forcefulness and accepted the bow. He understood Wu Xiong's gratitude. Knowing a little more about this kind of thing could mean the difference between life and death. What do you see in me that you want a reward from me? After paying his respects, Wu Xiong immediately resumed his identity as an older brother and became casual. He was already on the verge of ascending, so he was open-minded and didn't care about some hypocritical social interactions. He also wouldn't put on the face of a junior and act casually. I'm not talented, but I'm interested in your cultivation experience. Yang Chen was not polite at all. He directly extended his hand to Wu Xiong. My sect also needs some trump cards. Older brother, don't be selfish. Take it. Wu Xiong directly took out more than a dozen jade slips from his chinquan bag, but he had already prepared them. Wu Xiong was a rogue cultivator. He was diligent in his cultivation, but he neglected to discipline his disciples. Speaking of which, he did not have an official disciple. These things were originally intended to be left for the fated person. Since Yang Chen asked for them, how could Wu Xiong not give them to him? Now, I can explain to the sect. Yang Chen held the jade slips in his hand with a smile and tossed them up and down happily. Although his experience was not worse than Wu Xiong's, Wu Xiong was a good cover. When he had more talent in cultivation, he could completely push it to Wu Xiong. At this point, the private exchange between the two had been completed, and it was carried out under the eyes of the palace master of Chuning Palace and Wang Yonggaoyu. In the future, if Yang Chen had any ideas, he could completely push it to Wu Xiong's meaning. In this way, he could also have a source and not be suspected. For this reason, Yang Chen even deliberately prolonged the communication time with Wu Xiong. In the room, he enjoyed a few cups of Wu Xiong's black tea. While drinking tea, he talked about Wu Xiong's cultivation direction. Wu Xiong was quite famous in the spiritual world, but he also took some detours in his cultivation. Yang Chen now told him the correct route in advance. He believed that with Wu Xiong's ability, he would soon be able to stand out in the spiritual world. Wu Xiong listened to Yang Chen's guidance and was shocked. Many things were things that he had never thought of or could not figure out. Yang Chen could often make him see the light in a few words, and the joy in his heart could not be expressed in words. Even if Wu Xiong was about to ascend, he should have already passed the realm of showing his joy and anger, but he still couldn't help but have some excited smiles. Time passed quickly. The two chatted happily. but more than 8 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. Feeling that the time was almost right, Yang Qin opened the room and invited the 3 people who were waiting anxiously outside the door. When Wu Xiong and Yang Qin were chatting in the room, the palace master and Wang Yonggaoyu had been waiting outside the room uneasily, for fear that Yang Chen's words would make Wu Xiong unhappy and bring disaster to Chunyang Palace. But they didn't know what was said inside. There was no movement for such a long time. They did not dare to break the restriction and eavesdrop. They could only wait outside bitterly. Yang Chen opened the door, and the smile on Wu Xiong's face fell into the eyes of the 3 people far away. Seeing Wu Xiong smile, the 3 people finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Yang Chen had solved the problem again. They wanted to ask Elder Wu Xiong for some things, but Wu Xiong no longer gave everyone a chance. He laughed and walked out of the door. He gave a thumbs up to Gao Yu and praised. "Good! The little girl dares to defend her apprentice in front of me. Good!" After praising Gao Yu, Wu Xiong rushed to the palace master of Chunying Palace and said, "Today I have disturbed you, I have troubled you. Wu's ascension is imminent, I will not stay here." After that, regardless of the mood of the people, the soaring shuttle came out, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. The 3 people looked at each other again. Then the palace master watched Wu Xiong disappear, and then he called everyone to Yang Chen's room. Then he directly made a move and put down more than a dozen restrictions. Then he asked Yang Chen, "What did Elder Wu say to you?" Elder Wu felt that this disciple was worthy of cultivation, and specially pointed out some problems in cultivation. Yang Chen unceremoniously flaunted himself as worthy of cultivation, and was not afraid that Wu Xiong would confront him face to face. Seeing that the 3 elders still had a look of lingering fear, Yang Chen smiled and took out the 12 pieces of jade slips. When Elder Wu left, he left some cultivation experience for this disciple. This disciple does not dare to make a decision. Please make a decision. As soon as this was said, the eyes of the 3 people directly stared at the jade slips, almost shining. Chapter 235. Elder Wu Xiong's Cultivation Insights. This was the lifelong cultivation experience left by a master who ascended to the Deshang stage. No matter which sect it was in, it was a treasure among the treasures. Even if it was exchanged with a peerless cultivation method, it would not be given. Now, Elder Wu Xiong had actually left such a precious treasure to Yang Qin before he ascended. The 3 of them stared at the jade slips as if they had been starving for dozens of days. They stared at the jade slips as if they were delicious steamed buns. The shock in their hearts could not be any greater. There was even a feeling of disbelief. Is this really Elder Wu Xiong's? Gao Yu was the one with the lowest cultivation and the most impatient, so she asked first. "Yes, master." Yang Chen nodded very affirmatively, and then directly made an action that surprised everyone. Yang Chen divided the jade slips into 3 parts and handed 1 part to the head of the palace and Wang Yong, palace master, master ancestor. This is the experience of the Yuanying and Deshang stages. Master, this is the cultivation experience of the Jedon stage. Yang Chen also introduced what he gave to his master Gao Yu. As for the rest, Yang Chen himself put it into his Qingkuan bag. The rest is the experience of the foundation building realm. After I study for a few days, I'll hand it over to the school. Although he said so, Yang Chen had already made a copy in front of Wu Xiong. Elder Wu Xiong was a metal-type cultivator, and he needed experience in this area. This kind of backup, he would never miss it. Yang Chen didn't want to see these things in the future, and he had to go through the process of the elders' meeting. The head of the palace and Wang Yong each held a few pieces of jade slips, and their hearts were ecstatic. They were all nascent soul cultivators. Although their 5 elements were different from Wu Xiong's, the Grand Tao was simple. Wu Xiong's cultivation experience would definitely give them new insights, allowing them to avoid some detours in their cultivation. This, Ancestor Wang Yong did not expect Yang Chen to be so generous. He actually offered the things that Elder Wu Xiong had left for him to the sect. According to the results of the discussion between the elders and the head of the palace, personal things did not need to be handed over. All right. The palace master was so excited that his hands shook. It was not that there were no predecessors in Chunyang Palace who had ascended, and it was not that there was no cultivation experience, but Yang Chen could consider the interests of the sect so much. How could he not be excited? If it was said that before, it was purely because of Yang Chen's development potential and the possibility of becoming a senior alchemist master in the future that he took care of Yang Chen. Now the palace master was completely satisfied with Yang Chen and intended to focus on cultivating him from the bottom of his heart. If they didn't nurture such a disciple, were they supposed to nurture an ingrate like Chu Hong? The most exciting thing for the palace master was that Elder Wu Xiong was of the metal attribute, and the head of the palace was also of the metal attribute. The cultivation experience here was simply timely rain for him now. Yang Chen, you have made great contributions this time. I don't know how to reward you. The mood of the palace master could no longer be described as good. It was simply good to the extreme. His attitude towards Yang Chen was more and more amiable. You say it yourself. What do you want, as long as Chunyang Palace can get it? I will give you whatever you want. Frankly speaking, the current family property of Chunyang Palace was really not in the eyes of Yang Chen. But since it was the words of the palace master, and he was still in such a happy mood, Yang Chen certainly could not disobey the meaning of the palace master. How could it spoil the mood? This disciple asks for another chance to enter the secret pavilion. Yang Chen opened his mouth. In the secret pavilion of Chunyang Palace, to be honest, there were still many good things. Every time he went in, he could only see one thing. Yang Chen had to fight for several more such opportunities. 2 times. In the face of Yang Chen's request, the palace master did not think about it and extended 2 fingers. Your credit is too great. I will give you 2 chances, plus the last one, a total of 3 times. You can enter the secret pavilion at any time. Thank you, palace master. Yang Chen hurriedly thanked him. Such opportunities, even Wang Yong did not have a few times, but Yang Chen had already had 3 times. Gao Yu next to him was happy for him. Yang Chen, how can Elder Wu Xiong give these things to you? First, the jade slip was carefully put away. Then the palace master and Wang Yong exchanged a look and asked Yang Chen. The benefits were first in the bag, and then the origin. The palace master was a pragmatic person. I told the story to Elder Wu. Elder Wu said that there are grievances and there is hatred. He is a person of my generation. He and I hit it off, so he gave these things to me. This kind of words came out of Yang Chen's mouth, and he did not even stutter. It sounded like this reason was really a bit of a joke, but in the eyes of the palace master and Wang Yong, this was a different feeling. Elder Wu Xiong is really open-minded. Wang Yong next to him sighed. He said to let it go. This is really looking at everything. We're not as good as him. Gao Yu still couldn't understand it for the time being, but the palace master was sad and nodded. Instead of entangling on this issue, he directly changed the topic. It seems that the Hall of Eccentrics will soon be able to appear in the Chunyang Palace. All the previous obstacles to this problem were now no longer obstacles. With the support of Elder Wu Xiong, coupled with the 5th Earth True Essence, even if Shikue and Xia Sha appeared in front of everyone, the 5th Earth True Essence would not arouse suspicion. Chunyang Palace spent a lot of money. Their own disciples did not study this kind of 5th Earth True Essence that could not be absorbed at all. It was used directly on the monsters, which made sense. Moreover, guarding the secret pavilion was hard work. In this way, were they afraid that other monsters would not hear the news? Wu Xiong came suddenly and left quickly. The grand welcome ceremony ended a few hours ago. Even in the Pure Yang Palace, he did not even enjoy a decent meal. He had already left in a hurry. It seemed that Chunyang Palace was really rude. Fortunately, when Wu Xiong left, he had already told everyone that he was going to leave. Soon, The fierce sun courtyard welcomed several other elders. When these elders came, Gao Yu and Yang Qin had nothing to do. They went back to Gao Yu's room. The elders were in the council hall of the fierce sun courtyard, and the head of the palace told several other elders about what had just happened. Naturally, the truth of the matter in the barren sand valley could not be said. It could only be said that the hall of eccentrics and the things left by Elder Wu Xiong. Hearing that Wu Xiong actually left a bottle of Fifth Earth True Essence and cultivation experience for Yang Qin, several elders were surprised. They knew that Yang Chen was popular outside and had a friendship with Elder Wu Xiong, but they did not expect the friendship to be deep to this point. Naturally, no one questioned the reward given to Yang Qin. At this time, they would not only offend the palace master, but also offend Yang Chen's master ancestor Wang Yong. No one was a fool. Chapter 236. In Gao Yu's room, it was a different scene. It was not the first time that Yang Chen came to Gao Yu's room, but this time, Gao Yu's face was unprecedentedly cold. Facing Yang Qin, she directly began to scold. Yang Qin, do you know how risky the things you have done are? Her apprentice had done so many earth-shattering things that could not be said. Gao Yu was not unhappy in her heart, but when she thought of the risks involved, Gao Yu became angry. Facing her apprentice, Yang Qin, Gao Yu had an indescribable feeling. From the beginning of the apprenticeship, Gao Yu felt that Yang Qin was very special. She had never heard of an apprentice crying excitedly when he was apprenticeship. With Yang Chen's usual boldness, it was almost impossible for him to cry on the spot, but it happened under her eyes. After that, some of the things that Yang Qin did, in addition to giving advice on his cultivation, seemed to be constantly fishing for benefits for Gao Yu, which made Gao Yu happy and worried at the same time. What Yang Qin did was sometimes too risky. Once he made a mistake, he would be doomed eternally. Take the incident in the barren Sand Valley, for example. Once a little news was leaked, Chunyang Palace would definitely face a disaster, and Yang Qin himself would be hunted down by several major sections. But what Yang Qin did was completely for the sake of Chunyang Palace. She wanted to say something, but there was no reason. She could only scold him with the reason of taking risks. Master, I know very well what I am doing. In the face of Gao Yu's rebuke, Yang Qin was very calm. He knew that Gao Yu was doing this for his own good, but there were some things he had to do. But Master, Chu Heng dared to insult you verbally, so he must die. No one can insult you and still be alive and kicking, Master. Gao Yu wanted to say something more, but she really couldn't. Gao Yu saw the anger that Yang Qin showed after hearing Chu Heng's words with her own eyes, and she could also tell whether it was true or not. With such a protective disciple, Gao Yu didn't know how to reprimand Yang Qin except for the sweetness in her heart. In the future, don't do such risky things again, even if it's for me. Gao Yu had to take out the style of a master, and very seriously instructed, he said a few words, and it can't make you lose a piece of meat. Why fight for the advantage of words? If you want to cultivate, you must also be open-minded. Yes, Master. Yang Qin absolutely agreed to Gao Yu's command. Even if he didn't agree in his heart, he definitely wouldn't go against his master's words. He immediately agreed to his master's request. I have already started refining your flying sword, but it will take at least 2 years. Gao Yu knew that she couldn't help Yang Qin too much in cultivation, so she turned to do other things for Yang Qin. But she still seriously told Yang Qin, you have just reached the Zhuji phase, and the consolidation time is not enough. It will take at least 2 or 3 years before you can make progress. You must not be greedy and rash. There is no smooth road on the road of cultivation, and more haste makes waste. Remember. Yes, Master. This kind of golden jade advice, of course, Yang Chan would keep it in mind, and he was doing so now. Since the Yin-Yang 5 elemental secret art reached the Zhuji phase, he had been consolidating. Even after collecting the earth element true essence, he only maintained it at the Zhuji phase and did not rashly improve his cultivation. However, When Gao Yu mentioned the matter of being greedy and rash, and haste makes waste, Yang Qin suddenly remembered a past event from his previous life, which seemed to have happened in the near future. After 1 or 2 years, among the cultivators, there would be a rapid cultivation method known as the Dragon Embryo Spirit Cultivation Method. This method relied on something called the Heavenfall Heart Crystal, which could rapidly improve the realm of the cultivators in a short period of time. Such a good method. When people began to provide a large number of Heavenfall Heart Crystals, quickly spread out, and almost the entire world of cultivators was affected. People used the Heavenfall Heart Crystal and this method, and indeed, their cultivation had been rapidly improved. Moreover, this Dragon Embryo Spirit Cultivation Method did not differentiate between the 5 elements and simply increased the cultivation of spiritual power, attracting countless people to start cultivating. However, no one expected that this was a huge conspiracy. The instigator was a devil cultivator named Lin Changhe, and the so-called Heavenfall Heart Crystal was a spiritual item that contained Lin Changhe's own divine sense, which was condensed from the mother devil technique of a kind of devil technique that he cultivated called the child mother devil technique. The Dragon Embryo Spirit Cultivation Method was simply the cultivation method of the child mother devil technique. As the name implied, the cultivation method of the mother-child devil fetus art was to use the spirit energy cultivated by the mother-child devil fetus art. There was a mother-child relationship with the spirit energy cultivated by the wood devil fetus art. In other words, the cultivation that those people had painstakingly cultivated with the heavenly meteorite heart crystal and the dragon embryo spirit cultivation method were all for Lin Changhe's nourishment. After cultivating this dragon embryo spirit cultivation method, because of the use of the Heavenfall Heart Crystal, the cultivators could not control their own spiritual power at all. When Lin Changhe felt that the time was right, the spiritual power that they had painstakingly cultivated became Lin Changhe's cultivation. His own cultivation base was ruined, and the cultivation method was extremely vicious. This kind of self-benefiting cultivation method at the expense of others would naturally not be tolerated by the righteous cultivators. However, when everyone discovered this, they found that Lin Changhe had already reached the realm of the Deshang stage. At that time, in order to eliminate Lin Changhe, the devil, all the major sects were mobilized. After paying the price of 2 Deshang stage masters and dozens of Yuanying stage masters, Lin Changhe died under the backlash of the devil technique. Fortunately, it was discovered early, so that Lin Changhe did not have time to refine the impure spiritual power in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even so, the loss of 2 Deshang stage masters and dozens of Yuanying stage masters also greatly damaged the strength of the righteous sects, and they have not recovered for hundreds of years. At that time, because 3 Yuanying stage masters had fallen in Chunyang Palace, they had almost no power to fight back against the Taishamen, which led to the tragedy. In this life, how could Yang Chen let the tragedy repeat itself? Master, if there is really a commonly known cultivation method, and others have already cultivated the effect, will you cultivate it? Yang Chen began to rack his brains to think about how to bring the topic to this, and this time he did not want to be in the limelight, but wanted his master to make this great contribution. Where can there be such a cultivation method? If I cultivate like this, wouldn't I fall into the devil path? Gao Yu frowned and suddenly asked, Yang Chen, are you aware of something? Why did you suddenly talk about this topic? It's not me, master, it's Elder Wu Xiong. Yang Chen suddenly discovered how convenient it was to have Wu Xiong as a super shield. Everything could be pushed to him. Elder Wu found some signs, but it's not clear. Chapter 237. No matter how effective the practice is, it will definitely bring instability to the state of mind. Gao Yu shook her head. The deeper the cultivation, the heavier the inner demon will be. It seems that the practice is fast, but there are many more dangers in the future. The loss outweighs the gain. This is the practice of the devil path, and we must not be contaminated by it. Elder Wu only said that there was a sign, but he didn't say the specifics. Yang Qin tried to use ambiguous words to tell the facts of the future. Why don't you suggest to the palace master that if we encounter such things in the future, we must restrain the disciples of our sect from practicing? What do you think? It was also Yang Chen's goal to let Gao Yu stand out in Chunyang Palace. Gao Yu was the master of Liang Hall in her previous life, but unfortunately she died young. In this life, Yang Chen wanted his master to become the most powerful person in Chunyang Palace. He wanted Gao Yu to become the headmaster of Chunyang Palace. Naturally, this needed daily accumulation of reputation. Gao Yu believed in Yang Chen, especially after Yang Chen told her all the secrets of the desolate valley. She felt that there was no need for Yang Chen to hide anything or deceive her. In addition, there was Wu Xiong, a super shield, so Gao Yu believed him even more. This is not a good time. After these things happened, there must be some trivial things that the palace master needs to deal with. Gao Yu is not a person without her own opinions. Otherwise, she would not have become the master of Liang Hall in her previous life. Now she had begun to slowly think about the overall situation, and also slowly consider the details of the work. Since the matter is not very urgent, you can wait 3 or 5 months to mention it to the palace master. At that time it will be your credit. From the beginning, Gao Yu did not want to covet Yang Chen's credit. Yang Chen sighed in his heart. If Gao Yu had not cared for him so much from the beginning of his previous life, how could Yang Chen not forget Gao Yu in both lives? This was a good way to deal with it. Anyway, there was still a long way to go. Yang Chen was not in a hurry. Master, this disciple has a presumptuous request. I don't know if Master can grant it? Yang Chen suddenly thought of a possibility and carefully brought it up. A presumptuous request? Gao Yu looked at Yang Chen strangely and said with a smile, "Since you know it's a presumptuous request, why do you still mention it? Please forgive me for being impetuous." Yang Chen sighed in his heart, and a look of disappointment appeared on his face. However, when his master spoke with such an expression, the warmth in Yang Chen's memory became more and more obvious. That kind of immature coquettishness was deeply imprinted in Yang Chen's mind. "But since you're being so careful, why don't you tell me what it is?" Gao Yu saw the indescribable disappointment on Yang Chen's face. It seemed to be very successful. She turned the thread of conversation, and the corner of her eyes also brought a hint of success in teasing Yang Chen. "If it is not a difficult thing, maybe I can help you." "Master." Yang Chen suddenly raised his head in surprise. When he saw Gao Yu's sly gaze, he couldn't help but smile. "Say it, what's the matter?" Gao Yu coughed and put on a solemn face to let Yang Chen speak. "Master, can I ask you to practice some other techniques?" Yang Chen carefully organized the wording and suggested to Gao Yu, "For example, a water attribute technique." "Practice a water attribute technique?" Gao Yu frowned and then suddenly realized, "You want to say that I should experience the characteristics of other elements to perfect the method of controlling fire?" Yang Chen was stunned and immediately remembered that he had used this reason to fool many people. Now even his master thought it was the reason, but this was also good. At least it was a reasonable reason. Thinking of this, Yang Chen also nodded very seriously. "I've thought about it. In fact, this kind of cultivation path is not suitable for me." To Yang Chen's surprise, Gao Yu actually refused Yang Chen's suggestion. "You want to refine pills, so it's understandable to improve this method of controlling fire, but I'm different. I don't know alchemy, and my refining techniques are ordinary. There's no need to force the method of controlling fire for these." "Master!" Yang Chen shouted anxiously and wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Gao Yu. "I know what you want to say." Gao Yu shook her head and smiled at Yang Chen. "Although you and I are master and disciple, you have your path and I have my path. What is suitable for you is not necessarily suitable for me. What I want to cultivate is an indomitable and unbending spirit, not a method of controlling fire that can be gentle like water. Do you understand?" Gao Yu's character later showed that she would rather break than bend. Otherwise, she would not have made such a choice under the pressure of Teichmann. Now that Gao Yu said this, Yang Chen did not have the slightest way to dissuade her. He could only sigh in his heart. This time, it seemed that he had failed. Fortunately, Yang Chen had long known that Gao Yu was not so easy to persuade. Before he had announced the secret of the acquired spiritual root, Gao Yu would never agree to change to the water attribute cultivation method. And this secret, Yang Chen wanted to keep for a while, until he found some heaven-defying guys under the Chunyang Palace. This topic was also casually mentioned by the master and disciple, and it did not hinder the relationship between the two. Yang Chen still humbly asked Gao Yu a few questions, and then left Gao Yu alone to think about it. He returned to his room. The elders had already left the fierce sun courtyard, and it seemed very idle. Yang Chen took some time to look at the other people in the courtyard. Whether it was Du Qian, Shanghai Feng, or Wang Yuan, they were all diligently cultivating. The fierce sun courtyard was such a unique cultivation environment, but it was occupied by a few of them. Everyone knew that this was a rare opportunity. Yang Chen's 4 servants also performed very well. During this period of time in the fierce sun courtyard, they cultivated even more diligently. In a short period of 1 or 2 years, they actually made progress in their cultivation, and all of them entered the 7th level of qi refining. Looking at this trend, in the next 10 years, it was completely possible that the 4 of them would succeed in building their foundation. As for Yang Chen himself, he also stayed in the fierce sun courtyard to consolidate his realm. With all 10 attributes of spiritual power, the spiritual power needed for daily cultivation also increased greatly. In addition to a mysterious yang fruit every day, he also had to add an abundant spiritual power in the fierce sun courtyard. However, after Yang Chen only cultivated in the fierce sun courtyard for a month, he suddenly remembered an important matter. The cultivation genius in his previous life, Sun Qingxue, who Yang Chen had met on the execution ground in this life, seemed to have cultivated the dragon embryo spirit cultivation method. Since Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue already had fate to meet, and it seemed that Sun Qingxue also had a good impression of Yang Chen, Yang Chen did not mind telling her not to repeat the same mistake. Chapter 238. Sun Qingxue cultivated the dragon embryo spirit cultivation secret art because she was greedy for cultivation speed. Fortunately, her cultivation was still shallow at the time, and she had just built the foundation. Although her cultivation was completely abolished later, it only took her more than 10 years to build the foundation again. And with that lesson, Sun Qingxue experienced a tempering of her state of mind, and finally became a famous fairy in the 3 realms. However, it was precisely because of this reason that when Sun Qingxue cultivated for the 2nd time, her innate vitality was insufficient. Although her talent was good enough to make countless people envious and jealous, it still could not be compared with Fairy Shi. Yang Chen was now hesitant. Should he let Sun Qingxue experience such a tribulation and strengthen her mind? Or should he stop this tribulation, so that she could maintain that innate vitality, and in the future, she could also reach the peak of cultivation? After thinking about it, Yang Chen felt that it was better to stop it. The tribulations of life could be encountered almost at any time, but it was not so easy to make up for the damage to the innate vitality. And from Yang Chen's point of view, there was a strong future star as a helper, of course. He was willing to be the most powerful helper. In this life, he happened to meet Sun Qingxue before the immortal cultivation, and Sun Qingxue had some gratitude to Yang Chen. This kind of relationship, Yang Chen must firmly grasp it in his hands. In the past, it was not easy to go out when he was in the qi refining stage, but now there was no such restriction. He also went to see what would happen if Sun Qingxue did not join the Blue Cloud sect and was intercepted by the Green Jade Immortal Island. Of course, before leaving, Yang Chen did not forget to sacrificial refine all the magic weapons on his body in the scorching sun courtyard. After Yang Chen's full attribute foundation stage, he immediately heard that Chu Heng had insulted Gao Yu. In anger, Yang Qin did not even care about the sacrificial refining of his own magic weapons and went straight to the barren Sand Valley, the profound spirit furnace and the immortal beheading blade. These two must be sacrificially refined. Now Yang Chen's fifth earth spirit power had been completely transformed into fifth earth true essence, and the first wood spirit power had also absorbed the powerful attributes of the Penglai divine wood. Under the sacrificial refining, the two magic weapons could almost be seen with the naked eye. The last time the profound spirit furnace had absorbed part of the cyan crystal, profound gold, and its own fire resistance had reached a stunning level. Coupled with the strong infusion of the fifth earth true essence, the profound spirit furnace completed the full attributes of the heavenly dipper fourth layer and the earth fiend sixth layer sacrificial refining. At this moment, Yang Chen could finally proudly announce that the profound spirit furnace was already a middle-grade magic weapon. Compared with the time when he just got it, the overall improvement was a realm. The two kinds of fire seeds inside could make Yang Chen more powerful in refining higher-level medicinal pills, and it was not limited to alchemy. The refining of the immortal beheading blade was carried out in the profound spirit furnace. The cyan crystal, profound gold, was not so easy to refine. Only the extremely powerful flame, like the sun, true fire, could refine it. Another 1/10 of the cyan crystal, profound gold, was added to the immortal beheading blade, so that the quality of the immortal beheading blade was more improved than the original. After the complete heavenly dipper fourth layer and earth fiend sixth layer were all completed, Yang Chen's 1080 spirit power threads had already lit up 100 of them, almost reaching the point of 10%. Although Yang Chen had been consolidating his realm during this time and did not quickly improve his own level, his attack and defense power had more than doubled. It took almost 2 months for Yang Chen to complete all this. During this time, the Taishaman finally made an explanation to several sections. The 5 elements sect got all the fifth earth true essence, and the Taishaman not only had to compensate for the loss of the 5 element sect, but also had to apologize. As for the losses of the Taishaman in the war between the two sides, no one mentioned it at all, who let them be unreasonable. Several mediating sects and Elder Wuxiong also got corresponding benefits. At least before it was over, Yang Chen knew that Elder Wuxiong had received a bottle of fifth earth true essence from the 5 element sect. As for how the Taishaman compensated, it was the secret of each sect, and no one would publicize it. Everyone got the benefits, and they would not hold on to it. That was to offend the Taishaman. Chunyang Palace also received compensation and apology from the Taishaman because of Chu Heng's affairs. At this point, if the Taishaman wanted to maintain their status as a big sect in the past, they must do enough. The 4 law enforcement hall disciples who were injured and sent back were each given a Lingji mushroom jade pill, plus a defensive magic weapon. The Taishaman paid a lot of capital this time. A Lingji mushroom jade pill could treat any injury below the Yuanying stage as long as it was not disabled. It was definitely a good thing that was priceless outside. The 4 law enforcement hall disciples could also be regarded as a blessing in disguise. The compensation to the Chunyang Palace was even more generous. After the foundation stage, the 5 elements cultivation methods, 5 pill recipes, and a batch of various refining materials were presented, but it was just that the elders and the hall masters could use it. When receiving this batch of things, the head of the palace was not happy, but his face was very serious. The Taishaman even inquired about what kind of materials the elders needed, and easily took it out. In addition to compensation, this was a naked demonstration. The meaning of the implication was clear to everyone. I know what you want. You can't find it, I can easily take it out. Whether it is the news or the background of the sect, the Taishaman was not comparable to your small Chunyang Palace. They just wanted to say that the sensible ones would take the things and quickly shut up, and don't think about getting back the face. Of course, since they admitted their mistakes and apologized, the disciples who made mistakes among the Taishaman could not be exempted from punishment. The 2 poor Jidan stage masters who were killed became scapegoats. Everything was done by the 2 of them behind the back of the sect, including taking in Chu Hung and teaching Chu Hung the control of the formation, which led to Chu Hung attacking the Yuanying stage ancestors of the Five Elements sect. All of these were the responsibility of the two dead guys. Since the attack was launched by Chu Hung, the responsibility of the Taishaman was much smaller. This wishful thinking also succeeded in making all the sects who received the compensation no longer say anything. Although the crisis was temporarily resolved, the Taishaman had bled a lot this time. The arrangement for hundreds of years was in vain, and it was for others. Their own side also suffered heavy losses and hurt their vitality. It would take at least a few decades to restore the original prosperity. Yang Chen was in the process of cleaning up the mess of the Taishaman. With a happy mood, he embarked on the road to find Sun Qingxue. However, his good mood did not last long, and it was completely destroyed by the female cultivator in charge of foreign affairs of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Chapter 239. Are you Yang Chen of the Chunyang Palace? Are you here to see Uncle Shi? The female disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island, who was responsible for the reception, after hearing Yang Chen's self-report, immediately changed her face. It seemed that she wanted to confirm whether he was Yang Chen of the Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen didn't want to cause trouble during this time. He just wanted to cultivate quietly. By the way, he came to see Sun Qingxue and reminded her not to practice the dragon embryo spirit cultivation secret art for the sake of greedy cultivation speed. The purpose of this trip was only this. Along the way, Yang Chen was very well behaved. While observing all around on the road, he felt the changes in the world and the laws of nature while slowly hurrying on his way. In order to show respect for the Green Jade Immortal Island, Yang Chen did not even arrogantly fly his flying sword directly from the sea, but hired a fishing boat, personally pointed out the direction, and sent himself to the Green Jade Immortal Island. Since it was called the Green Jade Immortal Island, it was naturally an island overseas, isolated from the world, but with abundant spiritual power, it was simply an excellent place for cultivation. Strictly speaking, the area of the island was not very large, but with the other sporadic islands in the surrounding thousands of miles of sea, all of them were the sphere of influence of the Green Jade Immortal Island. On these small islands, almost all of them had a mortal's cave opened by the disciples of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and even under the sea, there were some experts who opened the underwater mansion. The place where Yang Chen arrived by boat was the island closest to the periphery. This island was also the gateway of the Green Jade Immortal Island to the outside. If it was a courtesy visit, it was basically received on this island first. The Green Jade Immortal Island seemed to be very focused on accepting female disciples. Almost 90% of the disciples were women. The one responsible for the reception was also a female disciple in the foundation stage. It was reasonable to say that Yang Chen was so careful to come by boat, and he didn't even fly within the sphere of influence of the Green Jade Immortal Island. He had already given enough face to the Green Jade Immortal Island. But the female disciple who was responsible for receiving Yang Chen was like seeing an enemy. If she was not responsible for receiving the same people, it was estimated that she could directly attack Yang Chen. That's me. Yang Chen was very puzzled. He had already said his identity, but this female disciple still had to ask again. Could it be that the disciples of the Green Jade Immortal Island were so forgetful? The Green Jade Immortal Island does not welcome you. You get out of here. After hearing Yang Chen's confirmation, the female disciple immediately showed an angry expression. She raised her hand, pointed at the door, and shouted at Yang Chen. In this life, Yang Chen was by no means a good man or a good woman. A foreign affairs female disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island, who he had never met before, pointed at his nose and asked him to get lost. How could Yang Chen endure this kind of foul atmosphere? If it was anyone else who was treated like this, the first thing they would do would be to slam the door and leave, and then reason with him. But Yang Chen would not be like this. The female disciple wanted Yang Chen to get lost, but Yang Chen did not move. He sat in the same place and asked the female disciple in a cold voice, "The green jade Immortal Island has already issued a note to the outside world, telling the world that I am not allowed to visit." She had never heard of such a thing. How could the female disciple dare to fabricate a rule of the green jade Immortal Island? She wanted to be sure, but she had nothing to say. She just stared at Yang Chen angrily, as if staring at her own life and death enemy. If the green jade Immortal Island has not made such a decision, I am a guest, and I don't even have a cup of tea. Is this the way of the green jade Immortal Island's hospitality? The other party was angry, but she couldn't say anything. Yang Chen immediately realized that there was a hidden story. He sat in the same place and crossed his legs and began to care about the etiquette of hospitality. Not to mention this, even if we are life and death enemies, I pay a visit to the mountain with courtesy. The green jade Immortal Island has to come up with the etiquette of a big sect, right? The eyes of the female disciple were about to burst into flames, but Yang Chen's words were on point. She couldn't help but be dissatisfied, but she was also a veteran of many years of hospitality and immediately thought of a response. "This is the territory of my green jade Immortal Island. It is not your turn as an outsider to talk about the hospitality of my sect. The green jade Immortal Island does not welcome you. Please go out." This female disciple's tone was a lot more polite and even added the word "please," but the strong meaning of rejecting people thousands of miles away was still very clearly expressed. At this time, if Yang Chen still stayed, he would be a bit cheeky. Standing up, Yang Chen turned around and left. Although Yang Chen has always wondered how the people of the green jade Immortal Island would treat him with such an attitude, but now that he was in someone else's mountain gate, it was still not good to investigate. If he wanted to see Sher Shan, he was afraid that it was impossible today. He was driven out of the mountain gate for no reason. Even if Yang Chen's temper was good, he couldn't suppress his anger. Standing on the edge of the island, for a moment, Yang Chen even planned to directly release the long river of blood in his sea of consciousness and scare the entire green jade Immortal Island people into fainting. "Hey, Grandmaster Yang!" Not far away, a cry of exclamation clearly passed to the ears of Yang Chen. Looking in the direction of the sound, he only saw a man who was flying over with a sword, and he looked somewhat familiar. It was estimated that only the people in the immortal falling abyss could call Yang Chen Grandmaster Yang. Yang Chen thought again and immediately determined the identity of the person who came. It was the first guy who asked Yang Chen for 2 second-grade foundation building pills. Yongning, the foundation building disciple of the Heavenly Sword Villa. It turned out to be fellow Taoist Yang. Yang Chen stood still and quietly waited for Yongning to fly over. "Grandmaster Yang, this is?" Seeing that Yang Chen's face was not so good, Yongning was also very strange and asked curiously, I was driven out." Yang Chen didn't mind being embarrassed to be seen by others. In fact, he still hasn't figured out what was going on. "Ah." Yongning turned her head and looked at the mountain gate of the green jade Immortal Island in the distance. The female disciple over there was still staring at Yang Chen fiercely. It seemed that she would not stop until he left. After turning back, Yongning looked surprised. "Grandmaster, how did you offend the green jade Immortal Island?" "How do I know?" Yang Chen shook his head. He was inexplicably driven out. He still had a stomach full of anger. He didn't know where to go. Yongning's question made things worse. "Is there any misunderstanding in this?" Yongning also frowned. After thinking about it, after Yang Chen came out of the immortal falling abyss, apart from being involved because of Chu Heng's affairs, he did not have much fame. He had nothing to do with the green jade Immortal Island. How could he be driven out? Since Yang Chen rushed over, he must have something to ask. Yongning immediately saw the opportunity and hurriedly said, "Grandmaster Yang, wait a minute. Let me go and inquire about it. Is there really any misunderstanding?" "No need." Yang Chen shook his head. "I don't have to beg for anything. Today's humiliation will be rewarded. If fellow Taoist Yang is interested, Help me inquire about the Sun Qingxue that Fairy Sure brought back more than 10 years ago. Chapter 240. Before he entered the mountain gate, he was driven out, and he didn't provoke anyone. How could Yang Qin swallow this? However, the Green Jade Immortal Island was, after all, one of the several big martial art sections. In other people's mountain gate, it was impossible for Yang Qin to be arrogant. But to retaliate against a martial arts sect, there was more than just killing people. Yang Qin had many ways. Just like the loss of the Taishmen in the barren Sand Valley before, if they knew in advance that it was caused by Chu Hung, they would definitely be willing to exchange 10 Chu Hung for the barren Sand Valley. Turning his head and glancing at the mountain gate of the Green Jade Immortal Island, Yang Qin directly sacrificed a flying sword and quickly left. Yongning was left standing in the same place with a frown. In the distance, it was the female disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island who was still angry. Without asking about the right and wrong, they drove Yang Qin out. This tone, Yang Qin absolutely had to let the Green Jade Immortal Island feel pain, but they couldn't say anything. If they knew who did it, they could retaliate. If they didn't know who did it, they could only suffer in silence. That was the most depressing. After flying for a while, the annoyance in Yang Qin's heart still did not dissipate. Looking at the turbulent sea under his feet, he suddenly remembered something. He couldn't help but drive the flying sword and directly turned and flew in another direction. The Green Jade Immortal Island was on the sea, but the location here was not far from a certain place in Yang Qin's memory. Strictly speaking, it was a distance of about 2,000 miles. Yang Qin flew with the sword at full speed, but it only took 3 or 4 days. No way, the flying sword in Yang Qin's hands was not good at speed. In the past few days, Yang Qin almost always flew close to the sea. There were many cultivators near the Green Jade Immortal Island, but after Yang Qin flew out for more than 1,000 miles, there was basically no trace of people. After waiting for more than 2,000 miles, except for Yang Qin, he couldn't even see a seabird. Releasing his spiritual consciousness in a crazy manner, Yang Qin began to check along the way to see if there was anyone around. After rushing for a few hundred miles, Yang Qin finally stopped when he saw a few small reefs of different shapes. These reefs exposed to the sea were the location. After Yang Qin confirmed that there was no one around, the flying sword under his feet was withdrawn. He flew in the air and directly plunged into the sea, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Entering the sea, Yang Qin directly used his own 10th water spirit power. 10th water is the water of the sea. Here Yang Qin is just like going home. Even in the water, it is like walking on flat ground. The seawater in this area was very clear, but after diving to a certain depth, it became as dark as night and nothing could be seen. From time to time, fierce roars could be heard coming from the sea. Those were the roars of unknown sea beasts. Yang Qin's whole person seemed to have turned into seawater, integrated into this area and dived down easily. Even without him doing anything, the spiritual power in the surrounding seawater would rush over wildly. It was so easy that it did not consume any strength at all. At this speed, Yang Qin estimated the depth of the dive. After a few thousands of feet, Yang Qin's feet stepped on the bottom of the sea. It was strange to say that in this small area of water that Yang Qin dived into, except for a few small fish that didn't last long or a few small crabs and lobsters that crawled over, there was no powerful sea beast that appeared. Stepping on the seabed, Yang Qin's spiritual consciousness had already explored, and the terrain of this area was immediately in Yang Qin's mind. After feeling the other strange sea rocks, Yang Qin's face finally showed a smile. It's here. Talking to himself, Yang Qin did not care about the huge pressure on the top of his head that could flatten an iron block, and walked straight towards a certain place. A series of complex secret techniques were sent out in Yang Qin's hands, and a stream of 10th water spirit power was injected into a sea rock in front of Yang Qin under the effect of the secret techniques. Open! In the middle of the sea rock, not far from the feet of Yang Qin, a huge hole suddenly appeared, and a little light flashed from the hole. Almost at the moment when the hole appeared, Yang Chen had already stepped into the hole. As Yang Chen's figure disappeared at the entrance of the cave quickly lost its trace and turned into the big sea rock covered with coral. There was nothing strange about it. There was a long corridor inside the hole, all of which were made of huge stones. There were countless runes flashing on the walls of the cave. Yang Chen could recognize that those were some ancient characters. If this tunnel was not opened by the method he had just used, these shining runes would turn into a deadly weapon. After passing through the tunnel, there was a huge open square. On the huge square, it was completely covered with a square, bright floor. The surroundings were full of huge night pearls, and the light was reflected by the floor. The whole place was bright, even brighter than the day. Walking to the edge of the huge square, Yang Chen stopped and went over it carefully in his mind, and then a series of gestures accompanied by a 10th water spirit power hit the square directly. Suddenly, the bright square began to change. It was no longer bright and smooth, and a huge sea map appeared directly. If someone could overlook the entire sea from the high clouds, they would definitely find that the huge sea map in front of Yang Chen was the sea map of the sea area. On the huge sea map, the blue sea and the yellow island were extremely clear. With the position of the foot as the center, the surrounding tens of thousands of miles of sea were all included in this huge sea map. The hundreds of islands of the green jade Immortal Island only occupied a small area. On this sea map, there were also some stretches of bright spots, some large and some small. In the area of the green jade Immortal Island, there were hundreds of large and small bright spots, flashing from time to time. Yang Chen didn't care about what was in other places, but slowly walked to this area of the green jade Immortal Island and took out the pure bottle medicine garden. Because of the previous cultivation of the Penglai divine wood and the consumption during this period of time, the original stored spiritual power was only left with less than 1/10. Bending down, Yang Chen put the medicine garden's pure bottle on the brightest spot, and then began to reach out and pinch the technique again. There is no grievance or hatred, for no reason. You want me to get out of the green jade Immortal Island. The technique in Yang Chen's hand directly hit the light spots under his feet. I will not go too far. I will take a total of 10 years of your green jade Immortal Island's spiritual power. The right is revenge. Chapter 241. This cave under the seabed was the treasure left by Yang Chen when he killed the East China Sea Dragon King. The huge square under Yang Chen's feet was also a magic weapon in the Dragon Palace that ruled the 4 seas, the East China Sea Chart. The East China Sea Chart could show all the mountains and sea topography above the East China Sea, even the seabed topography. It clearly marked the distribution areas of some powerful sea beasts, and at the same time, the distribution of the spiritual veins in the East China Sea. Those bright spots were the distribution of the spiritual veins in the East China Sea. Each bright spot represented a spiritual vein, and the size and brightness of the bright spot indicated the concentration of spiritual power in the spiritual vein. The bigger and brighter it was, the more abundant the spiritual power of the spiritual vein. The green jade Immortal Island was in the East China Sea, so it was naturally subject to the control of the original Dragon Palace. However, the East China Sea Dragon King had already hidden these things in this seabed. Even in the current upright East China Sea Dragon Palace, there was no such treasure. This treasure of the East China Sea Chart also had another use, that was, it could mobilize the spiritual power in the East China Sea at will. Yang Chen knew how to control this treasure, and he could control and extract all the spiritual power in those spiritual veins at any time. The medicine garden bottle was placed on the area representing the green jade Immortal Island, and Yang Chen directly began to extract the spiritual veins of the green jade Immortal Island through the East China Sea Chart. The place occupied by the green jade Immortal Island was really a good place with abundant spiritual power. A branch was enough to top the main vein of the Chunyang Palace. Such a powerful spiritual vein has also created countless masters of the green jade Immortal Island, and it was also the foundation for the green jade Immortal Island to be ranked as a first-class sect. Yang Qin didn't care about this now. He just launched the East China Sea chart and began to extract the spiritual power in that area. In a short time, among the hundreds of bright spots, all of them were separated into a filament and suddenly gathered into a condensed water line around the bottle, and it was directly injected into the bottle. The speed of condensation made Yang Qin a little stunned. It took him a whole year to absorb the full spiritual power of the bottle in the immortal fallen abyss, but in a short period of time, it had already risen rapidly. At this rate, even if he were to absorb the full amount of spiritual energy, it would only take a few hours. Moreover, this was still the purest 10th water spiritual power. There was no need for any conversion at all. It could be directly absorbed by the medicine garden. Where could he find such a good thing? What made Yang Qin most happy was that such a huge supply of spiritual power was enough for him to sacrifice and refine the medicine garden purifying bottle. Everything that Yang Qin had done before was at best to collect the medicine garden and leave a divine sense mark so that the guardian sorcerer would not attack him. It was completely different from the sacrificial refinement. On the other hand, sacrificial refinement could make the herb garden even more powerful. Furthermore, it would become a treasure closely related to Yang Qin. How could Yang Qin not cherish the abundant resources in this herb garden? The Heavenly Dipper treasure refining secret art quickly launched and began the first sacrificial refining. Previously, because Yang Qin's cultivation was insufficient and he didn't have a huge supply of spiritual power, he could only look at it and sigh. Even in the fierce sun courtyard, Yang Qin was not willing to extract the spiritual power of those veins of the earth to do this. But now, in the territory of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and it was the female disciple who drove Yang Qin out for no reason. Where would Yang Qin be polite? He directly extracted at least half of the spiritual power of the Green Jade Immortal Island. The huge spiritual power was enough for Yang Qin to completely complete the first sacrificial refining. However, the level of the medicine garden purifying bottle was too high, and Yang Qin's forced sacrificial refining was really a bit difficult. Fortunately, there were few people here. There were no sea beasts, only Yang Qin. He could boldly sacrificial refine without worrying about being disturbed. Even if Yang Qin had now reached the foundation stage, and it was also the foundation stage of the Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art, and he had been able to use the 4th layer of the Heavenly Dipper treasure refining secret art to sacrificial refine the magic weapon. But on the purifying bottle of the Xiangyang Mountain Medicine Garden, he could only use the most basic first layer of the Heavenly Dipper treasure refining secret art to forcibly sacrificial refine. The medicine garden turned into a bottomless pit of spiritual power and began to madly absorb the spiritual power controlled by Yang Qin to wash the body of the magic weapon, so that the body of the magic weapon was more solid. This process lasted for more than 20 days before the first layer of spiritual power was completed. Next was the infiltration of various attributes of spiritual power. Almost every time he used the Heavenly Dipper treasure refining secret art, it was as if the spiritual power in Yang Qin's body was completely absorbed. The spiritual power transmitted under the sea map made Yang Qin use the fastest speed to madly convert it into the spiritual power of the Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art, which could make up for the consumption of the medicine garden. Even so, Yang Qin did not stop for a moment, and he madly sacrificial refined day and night. The other attributes of spiritual power were fine, but when the 5th earth true essence began to sacrificial refine, the medicine garden suddenly underwent some small changes. The land in the medicine garden seemed to have been roughly selected and then sacrificial refined, but suddenly it was nourished by the 5th earth true essence, the source of spiritual power, and the ground began to change rapidly. The yellow land seemed to be suddenly filled with black oil, madly absorbing and transforming, and part of the land had become the most fertile black land. The spiritual plants planted on it also seemed to be nourished at this moment and began to grow faster. Immersed in this sacrificial refining, Yang Qin didn't even feel the passage of time. The spiritual power in his body was madly consumed, and then in an instant it was filled by the spiritual power squeezed in from the outside world, rapidly transformed, and then consumed again, and the cycle continued. At the beginning of Yang Chen's foundation, what he needed to do most was to consolidate the realm. What was consolidating the realm? It was to completely familiarize oneself with the meridians of the current body, so that one's body could adapt to the cultivation and battle consumption of this realm, and not be unable to adapt after a sudden large consumption of battle, causing the realm to fall. The simplest way was to cultivate for a long time, and what Yang Chen was doing now belonged to that kind of consumption. But fortunately, there was a steady stream of spiritual power under his body, so that he did not have to worry that he could not absorb spiritual power, or the speed of absorbing spiritual power was not fast enough, causing the realm to fall. There was no hatred between the Green Jade Immortal Island and Yang Chen's previous life. So Yang Chen would not do such a thing that would harm the foundation of others. But Yang Chen would never allow others to insult him for no reason, and he had to teach them a lesson. When the soil in the medicine garden had all turned into fertile black soil, and it was full of the fifth earth true essence, the medicine garden bottle shook, and then it shone brightly, but the first layer of the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art had been completed. At this time, Yang Chen pinched his fingers. It had been 2 months since he started the sacrificial refining of the medicine garden. And in these 2 months, the Green Jade Immortal Island must have been in a mess.